Chairperson has alluded, to present to you our integrated annual report for the financial year 2023-2024. We are going to take you through some of the highlights of the year, very, very pleasing. We will allow our acting deputy CEO to provide some highlights on research and our CFO to speak more in detail about our financial position. That will be our overview, and we are cognizant of time, and we will focus on the most important parts of our annual report. This is our mandate, as Honorable Chair has noted. We don't need to again focus on this. We have previously introduced ourselves and our we are pleased indeed that for the financial year 2023-2024, we are sitting at an 86% delivery rate, with only 3 targets that we miss, and largely out of our control. And we are indeed focusing on those 3 targets. One of them being journal articles. For some people in the room, journal articles are not just dependent on us, they are also dependent on editorial boards and the submissions thereof. From our side, one of the things that we have been committed to is indeed submitting our journal articles for the public to know what the work that we do. The second deliverable that we were not able to achieve, the number of researchers with PhDs. Again, PhDs, we don't do PhDs at HSRC. We are dependent on the larger system and the supervision process. The third one is on curated data sets, and I think from our side as the executive team, we know that data curated sets are a way of us disseminating our work. We now have a plan in place so that this particular target on access to our data set is realized in this financial year, and we are making progress in that space. However, Chair, I think it is for us a good turnaround in terms of our 86% delivery rate 2024, led by our. I just want to do some highlights in relation to how we bring together our annual plan and annual on leadership in terms of knowledge production, policy influence, partnerships, transformed research capabilities, and again, as our chair was noting, the transformed research capabilities targets were often seen as stretch, and I am pleased financially we have seen marked in relation to the transformed research capabilities targets of sustainability in terms of governance, but largely on finance. We are able to bring in a lot of revenue members. It is still something that we need to focus on as a collective objective, sustainability. This is honorable members. This is how our scorecard is looking. Indeed, we have on leadership, we are sitting knowledge production. We're sitting at 71%. As I said, is largely due to that one particular target around the production of journal articles. And policy influence, our policy briefs, and we will on policy. We are sitting at 100%. As well as the partnerships, strategic partnerships that we're engaged in this financial year, sitting at 100%. As well as I noted, transformed research capabilities, we're sitting at 80%, and that is just on one target that we didn't meet the number of researchers who have PhDs inside HSRC, and of course I mentioned sustainability, the revenue that we are able to, the funding that we are able to generate as also using resources provided to us very prudently. In terms of highlights, and I just want to note that as HSRC, we are sitting at research outputs of 574 in one financial year, ranging from a number of books that we've been able to publish, policy briefs, chapters in books, as well as conferences and seminars. I think this speaks to one of the pillars of how we find research impact in the organization, which is the number of research outputs, but also not just a number in quantity, but also the quality thereof. And we measure that quality based on the number of our work in book chapters or journal articles that are cited worldwide. And this is part of what I've been talking about in terms of academic impact and research, where a number of our articles have been cited, and it means that for us, we are not just producing work for HSRC, we are also making sure that we disseminate our work, and the work is also credible. And this is just further information on a number of citations. I think citations are important. People out there in South Africa, the world over, are reading the work that. I want to just pause here and maybe just allow our acting deputy CEO to just maybe take you through some of the research, the highlights of it.
Thank you very much, CEO, and thank you, honorable members. HSRC during the financial year under assessment celebrated the 20 years or 20th anniversary of 3 of our very important surveys. One of them being, we call it SIPSAM, the South African National HIV Prevalence Survey, and another one, our South African Social Attitude Survey, which is actually conducted annually, providing information that is on social issues, very important for our country, as well as another one, the Research and Development Survey that we also conduct. So these 3 important surveys actually don't only provide longitudinal data to assist our policy formulation, but actually these data sets are one of the data sets that are curated and widely disseminated both locally and nationally. And these data are widely downloaded and used by both researchers within the country and also outside the country. A number of actually masters and PhD students are actually using this data for their work and also writing papers out of these studies. So these are very important studies that HSRC has been doing for the last 20 years, and we're still going on implementing these studies and providing valuable information. Just the highlights on one of the studies, which was actually pioneered by our former President Mandela in 2002, which has still been going on today. The study last year actually launched presented results that were very informative to the country, indicating how far we have gone as a country towards achieving our goal of eliminating HIV as a threat by 2030. And you would have seen the results being presented in our provinces in the last couple of months, emanating from this study. And DOH uses this information and commended HSRC on the excellent work that the team and HSRC, supported by our board, is doing in showing where we are and providing valuable information to the country about the HIV epidemic. And the information was actually used to brief the ambassador of the United States in sometime last year on the state of the epidemic in the country. Again, HSRC has a number of publications that we produce. One of them is our HSRC review. And one of the interesting reviews actually to go through, I'll start with the one, volume 21, number 4, which was published in 2023, which actually provided information where we celebrated the 20 years of these surveys that we've been conducting at HSRC. Another review in March 2024 towards our general elections, gearing up to the elections in May. Analysts predicted an era of coalition governments. I need not say more on that. This edition actually discusses important findings from the HSRC surveys actually on the perspectives about public perspectives on the coalition government. And of course, these reviews can also be downloaded. They're widely available. They could be downloaded from our website. HSRC also publishes, we've got our publishing, we publish a number of very interesting books that are published. A number of them also are contributed by HSRC researchers themselves. For example, one of them, the BRICS in Africa, which is edited by HSRC researchers. We also publish a quarterly Africa Insight, which is published quarterly. It's a peer-reviewed journal article, accredited, which is indexed in the International Bibliography of Social Sciences. So the information that we generate, valuable information we generate as researchers at HSRC, is also disseminated and available in public. This is just to highlight a few of the pieces that are published at HSRC. Thank you. I will hand over now to the CEO.
Over and above research and how we conduct research, we also are cognizant of the challenges that are facing South Africa in relation to both capacity building of our youth, but also unemployment in relation to our youth. And this is our contribution as HSRC to those national priorities of our country. And I just want to highlight the initiatives that we have done. On building capacity and youth unemployment, we are pleased that in collaboration with our department, DSI, we have a very flourishing internship program. In April 2023, we had a total of 738 interns. The racial breakdown is provided there. What is pleasing, at least for myself, is that an overwhelming majority of those are female interns in our program, as well as our targets on disability. I think, again, this has been one of those elusive targets for us, and we've tried hard, and we are working very hard to ensure that this particular target is also met. That when we recruit our interns, they also reflect the demographics of disabilities. And in November 2023, our first, the inaugural graduation of the first cohort of interns was we celebrated, and most of our interns have found work and are pleased with the outcomes. We have provided a link there for members during spare time to look at some of the stories that our interns are providing, or the successes of our program from the intern perspective. And this is the program that it has now grown in this financial year, and we look forward to presenting the outcomes of that cohort. In terms of youth and capacity building, again, beyond just the internship program, we ensure that our youth are also capacitated as qualified researchers who are able to present their data in a forum such as a conference, so that the first time that they go to a conference is not an international conference and they are not able to articulate their research findings. And the thing was our September 2023 a conference where our young scholars, dynamic, were able to talk about matters that are real issues in this country, on climate change, on inequality, on innovation, the methodologies that our young people are employing are novel, are interesting. They go to the communities and really unearth some of the meanings that our communities are attached to their experiences on technological disruptions, for example, even climate change. One of our projects from the previous survey that has been alluded to, the SASAS, is working very closely with the Climate Change Commission on climate change. And some of the findings from our young people are very interesting in taking that debate forward and policy thinking in our country. Of course, as HSRC, it is important that we go beyond the borders of South Africa and interact with young minds in the continent as a beloved continent, and as part of our Africa, our support for Africa 2063 agenda. We hosted our annual Africa Youth Graduates and Scholars Conference. It is interesting when our young people from South Africa interact with young scholars in the continent. That fusion of ideas and experiences, I think, bodes well for us. The particular focus of this conference was the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. One of the things that we do, we conduct research, we do capacity building, but we also convene policymakers and in collaboration with universities, our fellow science councils, and various government departments. And these are some of the initiatives that we have done using our research in for example, SSD and the executive directors here in engaging with the public, particularly also the private sector, on some of the groundbreaking work that we do inside HSRC. And if I were to talk about just our convening role, I will have to spend a lot of time talking about that. We're very proud of the work that we do. That is just not research that builds dust, gathers dust in our beautiful library. It is work that we also take out and engage with the public. Honorable members, let me pause here and let's get to human resources information as well as finances.
CEO, thank you, Honorable Chairperson and committee members. So let's talk about the human resource element. First of all, we stepped the new financial year with a renewed focus under our CEO with innovation. We were thinking about excellence, how to become excellence part of the organization's DNA, and a new methods of non-research business unit performance monitoring were introduced in-house. On the human resources front, several large-scale projects continued, as you heard about the SAPSIM and what we did. During the year, staff received annual increases. For the first time in 5 years, qualifying staff received performance bonuses, as we were instructed to keep that to a minimum for spending. But retention challenges were also coming up. We had to face that, and we need to support our staff's well-being. Gradually, both attraction and retention still remains a challenge with us. Salaries are generally not aggressively competitive due to continued budget constraints. In many cases, offers were made, but unsuccessful, as they declined our offer based on our remuneration offer. But in a nutshell, this is how our figures looked at year end. At year end, we had a vacancy rate of 5.6. We did have 10% in our top management, with 10.7, the highest at senior management. We also present the figures between Program 1 and 2, Program 1 being more our administrative, Office of the Deputy CEO, and Program 2 being our research units and divisions. Here is a graph representing our, first of all, by race on the left-hand side, 70% African, followed by 15% colored, 6% Indian, and 9% white. On the right-hand side, you will see per gender, 61% female, 39% male. The next graph just indicates per race, the per level. You'll see most of the staff members are in the skilled, with African and 139, followed by 22 for colored, 6 Indian, and 6 white. After that, our professional qualified is also quite high with 66 African, 24 colored, 13 Indian, and 19 white. One item I did not indicate on the slide, and my apologies for that, is our disabled staff members in our current cohort. We have 15 members who are disabled on staff, of 7 being male and 8 being female. Let me continue to the next section, the financial overview. Luckily, I don't have to say a lot about the audit report. We've set it out very nicely here, but I'm glad you've heard the good news and we said it most. The next one, this is just setting out where we had our improvements. First of all, it's not just in our financial statements, but we improved in terms of our procurement management as well as our consequence management with the material irregularity being cleared by the Auditor General. If I move now more towards the financial statements, this is a snapshot of our financial performance, our position for the year ending 31st of March. But I would like to rather show you the graphs that we've created. So 98% of our assets, or 285.5 million, is property, plant, and equipment, with our building being our biggest assets. Between the two assets, we've got current assets and non-current assets. After that, we have 71.2 million in cash, and we've got 92.9 captured in our trade and other receivables. Trade and other receivables includes data as well as our work in process. Research work that we've conducted, but we haven't finalized or issued the report. We keep that to feed that as and when we have concluded. The next section is our liabilities. But again, I would rather concentrate on what we've got in the graphs. We've got a current and non-current liabilities. Our non-current liabilities is 1.4 million, where our current liabilities is the higher amount, the 127.5 million. The highest being our income received in advance. This is income received from our funders. It's not ours yet. We regard it as a liability until we've concluded the work. At year end, we had about 60 million in trade and other receivables that we had to pay within 30 days. Lastly, it's just our accumulated surplus, or your assets minus your liabilities, is your net assets. 73% of that value is our reserves and 27% make up our accumulated surplus. When we look at our financial position, our income statement, how did we operate for the current period? We do have the snapshot there, but we also did a graph. Hopefully that will show a bit more interest. Our total revenue for the year is indicated as the amount, but I'm going to break it down. First of all, we only had a million, 0.038% increase in our parliamentary grant. So we didn't have much growth in our parliamentary grant. Overall, our revenue did decrease from the 22-23 financial year, and as you can see, it's mainly attributed to our research revenue. The last year was a big year for the SAPSIM, getting the revenue in, paying the expenses to complete our surveys, and this year, the last part going into this year, we're busy with the dissemination. We had a decrease of 165 million in research income, a decline of 104 of national and provincial funding were down by 54.9 million. We had a decline in our private sector of 4 million, as well as in our universities, we had a decline of 1.4 million, contributing to the overall 38% decline. In terms of our other revenue, we also had a decline of 3.1 million, the grey block at the bottom, And it's mainly due to interest received that declined during the year as we are spending our surpluses awarded by National Treasury. The next item is the expenses. We group them into the different categories. You will see that our staff cost is the highest, with our research cost the second highest. Our research cost is directly linked to our research income. The higher that is, obviously, the higher our expenses will be. And you can see that even in the prior year where it was the highest cost. For the current year, we did have a deficit. We did not overspend our current parliamentary grant and what we put forward. Unfortunately, the accounting way, the surplus we spent that we got from National Treasury, we couldn't move the expenses anywhere else. It had to go through the financial position, but we couldn't add the income. So it is looking a bit funny, showing that deficit for the year, but that's the income or the surplus is granted by National Treasury that we spent in that current financial year. When we look at the percentages, and I would like to highlight, obviously our personnel cost is at 43%, our operating cost is at 53%, and our depreciation at 4%. And that's the same amount that's reported when we report to National Treasury, where we take out the amortization and we report on what is the physical assets that we bought for the year. The next one I would like to highlight is our expenditure in relation to our budget that we set out. As you can see, our actual is the blue, where the gold is the budget. We were a bit under in terms of the administrative expenditure, way over in terms of the research cost, as we weren't expecting it to be that much for that year. We were under in terms of our staff costs. We did have those vacancies. Operating expenditure, we were under our budget. Our depreciation was a bit over for the current year. That's due to the purchase of new assets in the prior 2 years leading up to the depreciation. The next graph, I just would like to highlight our revenue analysis. And there I would just like to go over a longer period. First of all, we got to go now for 5 or 10 years. Just see how it's grown over the years. So first of all, our parliamentary grant has been very staggered, if I can call it that. It's almost like a straight line over the last 10 years. We do understand the pressure government is facing, but everything, all of the expenses is going up. Our second graph is our staff cost. And the gold one is our other income that we try to match with the parliamentary grant. Some years we get more, some years we get less, but I think we would like to get to a 50-50 or even more if that's possible. But it's all dependent on international, local, government, universities, private sector supporting us. The next one at the bottom is our other income, meaning our small income, our rental from our building, what we can and what we can't do. I did make a boo-boo, sorry. The blue one was the salaries. Yeah. And here's the big one, the fluctuating one, where we get to our funders, government, local, international. You can see it's a slide going up and down. It is seasonal in a certain sense. And I can tell you now, the big years where we have the big income is where SAPSIM comes into play. We know that for a fact. That's the years that we give money out as well to make sure we achieve those ones. The 2 dips here, you can see COVID did affect us in terms of our external revenue. We couldn't go out to do our surveys. But our performance was very good in those years. We had a lot of time to write the journals. So again, it's a snapshot just indicating all of those items for you to have a look at. I'm going to give back to our CEO.
Yeah, just one slide, I think, for us looking forward. 2024-2025, as I said earlier on, we have focused on the three missed targets. We have a plan to ensure that we meet those targets so that they're not repeats. We have, honorable members, honorable chair, have gone through our institutional review, and the divisional reviews are underway. We are drafting the draft strategic plan 2025-2030 is due tomorrow to our department. We are committed to maintaining good governance and compliance and ensuring sustainability with the support of the guidance and the leadership of our chairperson and the board. For us as the executive team, on behalf of the executive team present here and elsewhere, we would like to thank the portfolio committee that our department, our acting DG is here. Of course, our board for firmly holding us accountable and ensuring that we do what we need to do, as well as, and for me personally, the C management. And for that, Chair, that's our presentation. Thank you so much. Honorable members, seeking question or comments. Mazoni. Osi.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Good morning, and I'm so sorry for the loss of one of your close colleagues. Really sad to hear. We've discussed most of what we needed to discuss with you when we had our prior meeting, but it's the second time that it's been mentioned how adversely you are affected by COVID. And I'm just wondering, I know what it was like being in Parliament during COVID and not being able to meet, etc. But Parliament, I think, to a large degree, went very quickly into the online process and adopted Zoom, etc., quite well and with quite a lot of speed. The HSRC, I'm sure, I mean, I take it for granted that you went onto Teams or onto Zoom platforms straight away. What interests me about the COVID, I'm very sorry that it adversely affected you. Obviously, I'm sorry for anyone that was adversely affected by COVID. But have you done studies into resilience, operational methods that South Africans can immediately revert to in this case of crisis? Bearing in mind that we've spoken to a couple of entities now who have told us that another pandemic is almost sure to happen in our lifetimes, and we understand why, because of globalization and the ease of travel. So do you have some kind of study going on as to how South Africa would react if, for example, a family meeting was called on Sunday and we were told Mpox is now broken out and we need to go into a full lockdown for another 3 weeks? Is this something that you've looked at and is part of your study method? I don't know what the correct word is. Mythology, is that the word? Methodology. I get tongue tied on it. The methodology. And would you be in a position then to advise South African corporations and perhaps most importantly, the South African Parliament as to how we would take ourselves into another situation like that in an easier manner?
Thank you, Chair. I welcome the presentation. I'm actually very happy you've presented today. And obviously we like hearing clean audits. So when we hear that we become happy and excited, it means you're doing the right thing. You're spending your money correctly. I don't have questions, but just a few comments. the fact that you are making strides in order to give opportunities to females and to young people, it also says a lot, because it means you are trying to achieve some sense of equity. And so I applaud you for that. And I would also like to really applaud you on trying to address like numerous critical issues, trying to achieve some sense of transformation and social cohesion. So I really look forward to seeing what you are going to do in the future in the next 5 years. I really look forward to seeing the type of scientific research that you are going to come up with, especially not forgetting the marginalized communities. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Mine, it's not long, because I think we had this presentation before. So I'm fine. Just one question that I wanted to check is HSRC frequently communicating its research findings to policymakers as to ensure that we are utilizing them. For instance, I just saw in the presentation now on the issue of the government of national unity. If only that was communicated earlier, now you'll be able to advise how are we going to run with this government of national unity. If that's why I'm asking, if are we communicating our findings in time and frequently. And again, maybe just for recommendation's sake, is that to mitigate the financial challenges, I will also recommend that we explore the diversity of funding strategies beyond traditional government funding that we are getting. Maybe seeking partnership with other private entities and together with the international organizations that only aligns with our research objectives, obviously. So that will only be better.
The HSRC has a responsibility to create and promote diverse research opportunities that can cater various demographics, including women's youth and marginalized communities. What specific initiative has the HSRC implemented to ensure equitable access to research funding and opportunities for underrepresented groups? That's my first question. How does the HSRC plan to track and report on the diversity of researchers involved in this project? Number two, inclusivity in research, design, and implementation. Inclusivity should be embedded in the research process, ensuring that the voice of all demographic groups are represented in research topics and methodologies. How does the SRC ensure that its research agendas reflect the needs? Sorry, how does, because we can see your presentation is good, but when it comes to practical, you find that most of people are not represented. But on your presentation, I've got some few consent. And then another thing, impact and quality of life. The HRC researchers should have a tangible impact on improving the quality of life for South African, addressing critical socio-economic issues. Can the HSRC provide a specific example of how its research has led to policy changes or programs that have improved the quality of marginalized communities? What strategies does the HSCR employ to ensure that the research funding are effectively communicated to policymakers and the public to drive actionable change. And the last one, capacity building and support for emerging researchers. Building the capacity of the emerging researchers, particularly from underrepresented groups. It's essential for fostering a vibrant research community. What specific program does the SCR have in place to support the development of youth researchers and those from disadvantaged backgrounds? And how does the HRC measures the effectiveness of the capacity building initiatives and what outcomes have been achieved? And the last one, collaboration with the universities, NGOs, and other research institutions. It's vital for the enhancing research capacity and inclusivity. What partnership has the HRC established to promote collaborative research efforts that can focus on inclusivity and social impact? How does HRC leverage this partnership to enhance the opportunities available to research from diverse backgrounds? And Chair, I will come back later. I just want to ask those few questions. And the performance, maybe I can add this one, performance metrics. What specific qualification, qualitative metrics does TIA use to assess the societal impact of the bio-based product developed under the bioeconomic strategy, in addition to the quantitative output indicator? I thank you.
Mr. President. Just a few clarity on the report. On the human resources, I saw that you let's see anything. The income. I want to get, if you can just elaborate on your research income, what contributes to your research income. That's all get an understanding on that.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll try. Thank you. Let me, Chair, also take the opportunity to welcome the presentation and also say that we are sorry as the portfolio committee for your loss as of one of your colleagues, and also just comments from my side. Probably would be one questions, because looking at the report, it clearly indicates that through the financial year of 2023-2024, you did quite well as an entity, achieving 18 out of 21 targets, and also the unqualified audits. And you've clearly covered a lot of things when you came to the portfolio committee during the orientation. A lot of things were raised that today you came with that clarity in terms of your demographics, in terms of gender, in terms of race. You really presented it that, this financial year, this is how we've done it. I think from my side, it would applaud the entity for the work done in the previous financial year. And also just one clarity, when are you guys planning to fill in the vacancies that are there? Thank you very much.
Thank you, honorable members. Just to clarify something, Rabunjatu's last point was related to TIA, that is group HSR. So we are going to hold it. But no. Yeah, it shows that you have members of parliament that are prepared. they went through the presentation before time. That is preparedness. You can now respond, solution to respond to questions.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I will maybe just address a few questions and then ask my colleagues to be more specific on one or two areas. Firstly, on COVID, I know that we said adverse, and it was the CFO as speaking, adverse in a sense of funding coming in, given that there was lockdown. However, there was a positive impact to this, because then as researchers, we were able to be at home and produce a lot. So if you look at the financial year 2020-2021, you'll see a spike in our publications, precisely because we were at home reflecting and writing a lot. And I think that's just where the researchers found themselves. So adverse, yes, in terms of funding. I like the questions that you are asking. We had during COVID years produced research, but not as specific as we are saying. And I like that focus, and it's something that maybe we should be focusing on under our thematic on climate change, and maybe for future engagements we should be able to present to the portfolio committee on our work on climate change. I also, I think on the last comment, I do appreciate that our HR figures as we present them are very gender and race, and I don't speak a lot around our youth who are employed inside HSRC, and we will be able to provide that information in writing. Part of what we pride ourselves as HSRC is how we do research and prioritizing communities and our interdisciplinarity, our multidisciplinary approach. And we are proud that we are in KZN. We have a base then in Sweetwaters and in Maritzburg. And let me allow our acting deputy CEO to speak to, at least maybe in some ways respond to the questions around inclusivity, around impact, with a particular example. And if we have more time, I would ask our Professor Swartz maybe to talk about the youth project if we have time. But maybe let me allow the acting CEO to speak.
Sure. Thank you very much, CEO. And indeed, just to touch on the issue of epidemic preparedness, it's a topical area also of research, but I will just highlight that actually during COVID-19, HSRC as an institution adapted also very well in terms of how we conduct our research, adapting to the circumstances. Obviously, there were limitations whereby part of our research requires that we meet with our participants face to face, especially with research such as HIV prevalence surveys, where we need to meet with people directly. But also just on the issues of quality of life and also our preparedness in dealing with epidemics, a lot of work has been done and is being done by HSRC in one of our centers, Sweetwaters Center for Community-Based Research, where we work with communities, we devise interventions, where we do our research within communities, which has actually contributed a lot to the improvement of quality of life through the projects and research that we do, and also the work that HSRC does around HIV and AIDS. We've seen the strides that the country has done in improving life expectancy. That is the improvement of the quality of life, and also indirectly the contribution that the institution makes in actually capacity development and also employment of people, the number of them who are not permanently employed but are part of the projects that we do. That indirectly contributes also to quality of life. So indeed there is work, positive work that is done at HSRC in that area.
If you allow, maybe we can talk about the youth project in the continent.
So one of the things that we do, honourable member, is we make sure that our research is non-extractive and co-created with young people, and that's a big pillar and a value of our work. And so the way you do that is you invite them to be participants, not just in answering a survey, but in taking photographs, making documentaries, coming back to talk about results. And I think we've done that quite successfully on a project on destinations, graduate destinations. What do you do after you finish university, for example? And we do that we've got a project in 7 African countries that does that. We've also done things like including spoken word poetry in the research outputs, because we think that that's something young people can both learn from about the research and then portray their own talents in the research. And so also, Honourable Manzoni, you asked about methodologies, but those are some of the things that we've been trying to do, is to be innovative in youth-centered methodologies, especially around COVID, when it wasn't possible to do what we would do conventionally. And I think that that's been really important. And it's been important because of this notion of non-extractive, emancipatory research in our work.
Thanks, and I think that says a lot about, for us as HSRC, we understand the value of research and empowering communities, women, and the youth. On more specific issues around research income and vacancies, maybe let me allow the CFO to say something.
Thank you very much. So first of all, the funding. We have got obviously our research funding in our annual report. We've got it in the note where we indicate our international funding, our international clients. We've got national and provincial funding agencies. We've got the private sector, and we've got the university. Currently, our international funding is the highest, sitting at 66% for that financial year, the one that has just passed, where the others are made up. The lowest being the private sector, not even 1%. Followed by universities, almost like 5%. I didn't do all of the calculations, but the national provincial was second to the international one. So we have looked at that, looking at our international aligning, making sure they align with what we would like to achieve in terms of our research. In terms of the vacancy rate, obviously, budget does play into it. Even with the COVID, our organization had a 30 million. And we had to see, but where can we sacrifice some positions, hold back on positions, not give increases to make the books balance. And even the current year, now, 24-25, we had a cut. And we had to take cognizance of that. We're not filling all of the vacancies immediately and stagnating into the year. So currently, I'm not 100% sure what the current vacancy rate, it might be small, a bit higher, but it's not 10%. But we need to fill it as and when we've got the money to be sustainable. Unfortunately, a way up game.
Thank you. Honourable Chair, and we take the point around diversifying our income funding stream.
To add, Chairperson, accept the point where the CFO is giving clarity on the international funding is at 66%, 60% plus 64%. And I like the point that she raises, that to make sure that those international fundings are in line with what they need to research. Because relying mostly, if you've got a 64%, more than 50% of your funding coming from international, then attracts also people who are funding you for the purpose of sending some researchers. So use that gray area where you need to make sure that whoever is funding you is aligned with you. I think also on our side, you have to make sure that government also more funding to ensure that they relieve them from reliance. That is
I think we might have responded to this indirectly, Honourable Mazoni. on future pandemics and resilience. I think it is something that the division that Professor Kakelani is leading has been working on, and I think it's something that we need to come back to the portfolio committee and again address the portfolio committee some of the work. But more work needs to be done. I acknowledge that, and we should be able to factor that in our 5-year strategy. On international funding, I think it is a balancing act. Something that we talk about all the time in terms of making sure that the international funders don't dictate the terms in terms of the questions that we need to ask that are relevant and alive to that. And I think it's something that the board has also been alive to that as
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The executive team has answered questions. It's indicated we'll come back with the specific figures for you, so that we keep this alive as well. To do that in writing. And again, your point on balance between who funds you. It is he or she who pays the pipe or decides the tune. So, and we are alive to this. We are alive. And when we talk about, just one matter, that when we talk about funding that does not come from the parliamentary craft, it's not only international funding, but it's also going to departments, Department of Agriculture, wanting something to be done, Department of Basic Education, wanting us to look at maths and science, Department of Human Settlements, wanting to do something else, Department of Health. So it involves also a collaboration with various departments, and in some instances it is universities working with the University of Johannesburg on a specific project. So it's not only the international income that comes through the other stream, it's also internal South African collaboration from other government departments and broadly agencies of the state, including also the private sector. Right? So we are alive to that fact, and we always try to ensure that we balance. So, Chairperson, I don't wish to add anything further. Just wish to thank you for the manner in which you have conducted and we have taken note of the concerns and recommendations of members of the committee. Really appreciate it.
Tim? And condolences to and strength and comfort. Good time to hear for something that just happened. All right. Also welcome to DG. We thank you so much for making time for the presentation and the level of preparedness on the demands from the side of the appreciate that we had last time was very comprehensive, detailed on our expectations. I also want to agree with my honorable members this side that we need more funding that comes from within and the funding that comes from outside. Because the world out there can be very cruel and can dictate terms for operation. We really want to see the entity doing well and doing the work that will advance the lives of our people. Thank you so much. We will now have 5 minutes to allow you to walk out and we are coming in.
Oh, okay, thank you. I'm ready for this.
I know, I think it's brilliant. I know, I'm doing exactly the same.
I don't know.
But your methodology and
New word?
I got a new one for you. We worked hard.
Inside.
Yeah, but there's also policy questions, and so that makes it up to understand policy processes. So and this is what I'm trying to explain. When I say explain, I mean. Yeah, but at least you know. National procedure goes, you are top notch, we're coming to you. And we've got an international underpaying for the big census. One of the biggest how much more? The rest of the world is the other thing that I didn't mention is that we've got a launch of a book on COVID on the 28th of October. So I I will send it to the secretary. Research projects. Yeah. Really obsession with social media. Well, thank you very much. I look forward to future engagements. And I promise I will practice my words. Academic words every time I see you. The next time I see you, I won't be
Yeah.
I do pay for Sunday times,
All their ish gets circulated in social media anyway.
Exactly. At some point, I had a very vested interest in journalism. So my as it was at that time. So I would have paid for this subscription. But the papers were still papers. Yeah. Now, he's in the spokesperson here. No, he's a spokesperson. Simon.
Someone who knew about it didn't know that. I know friends, so I know him from back then. We had a short stint at transport. Well, you seem to once, I mean, always.
I know you would say that. It's even worse when I haven't changed my surname.
Mangashona manje, kumele uhlale ematrasi.
I am Salim.
Let's now practice this word, methodology. My
My
tongue is tied. I can't say that, and I can't say synonym. I can't say it.
Yes,
I had to stop and I had to think about it. And I had to,
Oh, you were doing the camera.
I know.
Ilan Tilman. Where's the camera? That little thing.
Every syllable is methodology.
When you rush, sometimes I miss some.
You also get time. Some words that I know in English speech, I'll never put that word in the speech. I always get tongue-tied with that.
It's fine.
Yes, we got time to go to the toilet. How do you do it? We got time to go to the toilet. Toilet break.
En ik wil het zeggen, waarom was het nog een paar jaar?
Just what you
behind.
What I'm saying is that they may do it for it. Like say, the executive.
Sometimes the problem, and that's not right, and that's not right.
That shows you.
Yeah, I mean, that shows where this is coming from.
Behind them. Why would?
Good morning and welcome. We just ended our session with HSRC. I'm looking forward to our session with we are informed that Chair will be joining us virtually because she is not in the outside the country. And we welcome that. So we welcome the team, the chair in the absentia, EO, Mr. Patrick Rapi. Yesterday we were with the AG, and the AG. Most of the entities of the department, DG, they have done well. TIA is only entity that received unqualified audit with some findings. We are interested to know from your side what are the findings out, and if the findings of this time are also related to findings of the previous financial year. Are the improvements from the previous findings improvements, and what can be done to avoid future incidents. We are going to allow you. I don't know if the chair is. And we will allow you with the chair and maybe through your CEO can assist us. The floor is yours now.
The chair is here. The chair is connected.
So the chair can eat from.
Good morning, Chair. I just want to double check if I am audible and visible.
Can hear you, Chair.
Wonderful. Great. Good morning, Honorable Chair and your honorable members. We thank you for the opportunity today to present our annual report and our audits. Unfortunately, Chair, I could not join you today in person as I'm traveling abroad, but I'm happy to announce that we do have our fellow board members that will be joining us today, that being Mr. Thabiso Ramasike, Ms. Elenzile Matsebula, Mr. Butana Mboniswa, Ms. Anat, Professor Kio Mutaung, who's a new board member, and also leading our executive team is acting CEO, Mr. Patrick Krapi. So, Chair, thank you very much also for your introductory remarks. And as indicated, it's been somewhat of a challenging year for us at TIA, which my colleagues will present shortly. Chair, the board has had to work hard in enabling stability in our organization as we gear ourselves for TIA 2.0. We are happy that our ministerial review has been finalized. There is clear alignment with our shareholder on leadership stabilization, the role that TIA has to play as a commercialization enabler in our country, and our role as a thought leader in the national system of innovation, and also a curator of innovation in South Africa. Chair, last week we had a good meeting with our minister There's a great excitement about the role that TIA must play in harnessing innovation for economic growth. Minister is also key with us in creating stability and ensuring that TIA fulfills its role in serving our country. We're quite excited that it's going to be it's going to be something that we jointly focus on because TIA needs to work for South Africa. We've had a good few years. I think it's a pity that as the new parliamentary committee comes in, we have to share the outcomes that we have to share. But I'm very confident in the board that we have. It's a very solid board. We're committed to ensuring good governance and driving the organizational strategically. So I will leave it at that for now. I'll allow our acting CEO, Mr. Patrick Krappy, to do a presentation, and we welcome all inputs, all constructive criticisms, because at the end of the day, that's how we're going to grow, and that's how we're going to improve upon the ability and the operations of our organization. Chair, I'll leave it at that, and I'll hand it over to Patrick.
All right, thanks very much, Chair. Am I audible? I'm not so sure how the mic works. All right, no, thanks very much, Chair. So I'm going to present the results of our performance for the last financial year. Those who don't know me, my name is Patrick Krappy, CEO of TIA, 4 years in a row. So we need our best shot during this time. In presenting this, Chair, let me say one or two things. The first thing being that there's that element as leader of the organization myself. We present these results on the back of previous record performance over the years. And these results that were presented act something around the state of the organization. So not only that, but the state of the ecosystem. And I'll talk to that at some point. And that's why we are where we are. And then, of course, with audit findings, you hang your head in shame to see that these are the results we have. We are the custodians of public funds, and we're expected to use them for the purpose for which they are provided, but in line with the rules. So that's where we are. But for TIA, this is a very important thing, not because for compliance purposes, but it is because we are an organization operating like anybody else in a very difficult fiscal environment, small budget, depend on partners to augment our resources. The first thing they look at, track record in terms of your governance. So we have to do it because it's part of our brand equity. We have to protect it. Make sure that our audit outcomes reflect an organization that can be trusted by partners with their money. And we do it for that reason. So it's regrettable that we're where we are, but we are determined, and the CFO will speak to this. So I thought I should open it first. My chair presentation, I'll be short. I know Member Mazon admonished me last time to say I speak short. So I'll try and be short. So I don't know how this moves. I'm trying to move the presentation. So Member Mazon, I will be short today. I'm pressing enter. Okay, what are you pressing? All right, so Chair, I think it's good that we meet on the back of a very recent interaction. So members, I take it, I tried as best last time to familiarize members with what TIA is, what we do. So I won't spend too much time on that for the sake of time. It's really our mandate. I'll struggle along with this until I master it. Right, our mandate, Chair, is around being an entity that is tasked with the development, exploitation of discoveries, inventions, innovations, and really that's what the TIA Act says. And our objective is to support the state in stimulating technology innovation, to improve economic growth and the quality of life. There's something very interesting and important about it. It sits in the Act. The white paper says that we need to adopt a broader definition of innovation. And necessarily that tempers a little bit with what we have in the Act that emphasizes technology innovation. I'm just taking it out. Just to say that it's something that we need to think about as we move forward around the question of how we are looking. We have our visions, we have our values. I read last time to be a leading technology innovation agency one more time. So we have to be an innovation agency that stimulates and supports technology innovation, improving the quality of life for some. Our mission is to facilitate the translation of our knowledge resources into sustainable socio-economic opportunities. So we have our values, Chair. But what is important is that in 2019, we adopted 3 outcomes as part of our strategic planning cycle, current financial year, of which we are reporting. So we had 3 outcomes. The first one really was, as the Chair mentioned in the opening remarks, strategic emphasis of TIA is really to try and drive community. And this is part of building on the achievements of the past, where much of the time we invested in helping build the ecosystem and de-risking early stage technologies. So in this current cycle, we said we have built a portfolio of de-risked technologies. We are continuing to do so. At this time around, let's show dividend to the taxpayer in terms of technologies we are putting in the market. Fundamentally, that's what our efforts are really centered around. Second one is about implementing the bioeconomy strategy that the department tasked TIA to lead, which was developed for the cycle of 2013 to 2020. So basically, it ran in full 10-year cycle. It still remains relevant. And the idea was to make sure that bioeconomy contributes a significant part to the GDP. In that, we are focusing on IKS, we are focusing on health, focusing on agriculture and the environment. And so the idea is again to develop enterprises from there and different other outputs. The third one is about supporting SMEs through our infrastructure capabilities into technology stations. And we actually expanded that to include other facilities we have, such as technology platforms, other forms of support. And we have a target that we can 5 years. So these are the outcomes, Chair. And one then says, what have we achieved in the period of the strategic cycle to date? Because we are now in the 4th year. And this report basically looks back and says, since we started the strat planning cycle to date, where are we in respect of the targets we set for ourselves on the outcomes? The outcomes there, Chair, we have 3 outcomes, as I said. Each one of them typically would have outcome indicators. You will see that we started with a baseline of 77 technologies from 2015-2020 cycle, and we said we would just over double that in the current strategic planning cycle and put it at 175. I'm going to ask you to ignore the blocks in between, but go to the cumulative achievement, because it's the one that says what have we achieved so far against this target in 4 years' time. We, in fact, overshot that target, where by now we were supposed to be reporting that we achieved 125, which is the target for the 4-year period, and we did 216. Then the question is, are you under planning or are you setting low targets? We were surprised to discover how the ecosystem has actually evolved, developed, and dynamic it has become. And therefore, these are the results that reflect performance of the system. It's less about TIA, it's more about the performance of the system. We then had one around demonstrated bio-based technologies. because these are technologies within the biosector that we said we need to develop demonstrators out of this. One more time, we again overshot the target. For a, we are at 160 instead of 54. We did one on supporting bio-based entrepreneurs through science, technology, and engineering services, and i.e. through our platforms. We overshot the target. The one that we are trailing behind, and we are really fighting hard to catch up with this one, is around where we are supporting SMMEs through our technology stations and our technology platforms. Our target, we are behind with the target. By now, by this year, we should have been reporting 12,190. We are actually just about 1,000 short as we missed our target. So what does this mean? It means that in this present moment, as we are in this rush, we have to rush to catch up with our target of 15,770. So we are making more efforts to try and get that goal. That's on the 3-year, 4-year outcome chart. This is a chart that shows our performance over the years. Look blue, looked exciting, good days. Then we have the orange lines, which basically summarizes that out of our 19 KPIs, we achieved 15, we missed 4. That boils down to 79%. This is like the lowest performance in at least 8 years to 9 years. And the bullets on the side, they boast a little bit about the things that we overachieved. I suppose it's a story told one day. But there's something significant about this, is that if you look at the one that says promoting academia and industry collaboration, it says we achieved 75 instead of the target of 50. But it's just not that a number. Significance around that, it really talks to the efforts we are making to make sure that publicly funded IP is commercialized. But one of the success factors for that is for partnership with the industry. Because there's no point researchers conducting research and nobody cares about it. So what we want is to make sure that when they undertake research, there's already a partner who is part of the route to market and brings technical expertise to that which they're researching. So this is quite a profound intervention, really, when it comes to promoting commercialization of public. It's one of the most intractable areas of our kind of deliverable. So I thought I should highlight that because there's something about it. The other bullets are about, revenues and all of that. You can see the last bullet, we have raised more than double the amount that we have. And it means that partners are coming on board to it. So we're excited about that because they're bolstering our mandate. So that's basically what that story is about. The CFO, when we were reviewing the presentation, he then said to me, but you are only shining, you are not revealing and confessing your sins. Tell the members what is it that you're giving us specifically. So I'm going to say it without it being on the screen. It's turnaround time. That's number one. This is one of the most challenging targets that we have been working hard. But I'll speak about it when we do the detailed results. And the other one is around licensing of technologies and assignments. And the reason is simple, is that we committed ourselves to a target over which we have no control. And I think we learned the hard way in trying to achieve it because it's the innovators who license and who decide whether or not they want to license, not us. So when we put the target on ourselves on the back of actions of other people, I think we put ourselves at risk. And something that we agree that in the future, we're going to refuse. So those are the kind of things that inform how we're thinking and how we are learning as an organization from our past mistakes. This is just funding leverage. The only reason it is here, it's just one number. To say, if you see the 2023-2024 pie chart, it shows that business is actually contributing 67% to the funding that we leverage. We are no longer depending on the state entities and other partners, but business is really, really coming on board to support our efforts. And I think that's the most significant story. Slide. In this slide share, there's always a question of how much money are you devoting to publicly funded IP as part of your own core mandate? And so it's probably better expressed in percentage and the amount of money you spend. Now, when we started the strat plan cycle on the left-hand side of the bubble, you'll see that we're just at about 43%, and that's what TIA was contributing and supporting publicly funded IP. But we had to make a deliberate decision and commitment to up this number and make sure that most of our resources and at least a target of 70% of our funds go to funded research. And so the last box at the end shows last year's number. I mean, this is lots of boxes that show how we've been performing each year. And this year we're at 68%. So it's a number going up. And so these are the efforts that we continue to make. 1 year we did 75%, this time around the number changed. We have committed as well deliberate intention to drive transformation by making sure that the ring fence money that we are saying in the middle of everything else, some 40 million, 50 million out of our 450 will go to underserved provinces. And so this is the one area that we are focusing on. You see that in 2022 we had about 45 million, and then in 2023 it dropped down alongside the budget availability. But when it comes to PDI, we have these transformed recipients in our APP. I'm struggling with that word, but that's what we came with. The reality of the matter speaks about persons with disabilities, women. It talks about youth and Black people. It's about the amount of spend that we directed deliberately to them in our portfolio. So we've been doing well with those targets. We can still do more. This slide, a bit messy, but we pride ourselves at TIA in being able to generate a slide like this and have yet to see who else in the system actually produces this. This is where it comes from. UPME said when we started the strat plan cycle, you will set targets for designated groups and report on those according to KPI. And so what we've done is we are now tracking all of these according to each and every one of the KPIs that we have for women, persons with disabilities, and for youth. There are those that we are achieving very well and surpassing. Persons with disabilities continue to be an area that requires more focus. And so the good news is that God has approved that we implement the programs, and we put money aside for this, a very specific standalone program on women in innovation. We'll be launching this next month. We have a standalone program on persons with disabilities. We'll be launching this month. And this program, just to give you a sense of how it looks like, let me say it's an innovation program for persons with disabilities. It also includes people who are not disabled, but who are developing solutions that address the challenges of persons with disabilities. So it really is all encompassing, but it also promotes the participation of persons with disabilities in innovation generally. So I think these are very interesting initiatives that we are putting together. We've got small funds to start this, but we'll launch them. As long as we get started, other partners will come in. I don't think we're going to have a big to launch everything. We'll rely on partners to get these things going. So in terms of the KPI output indicators, I spoke about the licenses, and I said that we're struggling with that. We set a target that is outside of our control, and there's the one that we missed around commissions. But the good news is that we've really exceeded the others, such as when you look at successfully diffused projects. These are projects that technologies that we are able to give to communities to utilize. Why? Because they don't have to pay money for it. Commercialization is a complex concept, and people always associate it with money, but it actually can commercialize without having to receive funding for it. I use a different definition for that. So these are the technologies that really solve social challenges, service delivery challenges, and so on. Products launched, we said we'll do 50, we did 58. Now, somebody says, Mr. Krapi, if I go to SPA, will I find one of these projects? And the answer is yes. We have to track some of these projects to say how far do they go, where do you find them? We're happy to be able to say. Now, we've exceeded all of those targets. Now, you calculate between all of those, it will show you that just between the licenses at 10, used at 22, i.e. 32, that's 82. That's about 90 technologies commercialized last year alone. That is a significant number, and we are happy with that. So that's where we are with commercialization, Chair. Then These are stories that members will have read in the presentation. It's really just to say, out of the ones that you are saying you licensed, i.e. 10 and assigned, just tell us, give us an example, and we're sharing the example of a project we are working on, we are supporting Nexa. The other one where you are saying you are promoting collaboration between the research community and industry, between this within our forestry molecular genomics program, supported and work with the DSI and other partners. You will see that we've signed agreements with the private sector to support the researchers coming with different methods for this. Technologies diffused one more time. These are just examples that we have a couple of technologies that we said we diffused, i.e. 22. And this is an example that we worked with the city of Tshwane just around their water and sanitation facilities in Dasburg. Very interesting project. And then another one that we say we've launched in the market, i.e. the honey bush. This comes out of our IKS portfolio. I'll go to the next KPI, Chair, in terms of the outcome and the output indicators. This is us where we say we are supporting the bioeconomy strategy. And let me say that it may look like on bioeconomy, we are not talking commercialization of, but in fact, that is accounted for at the top in outcome 1. So anything in bioeconomy that we commercialize, we capture in outcome 1, but we had to have a very focused to say what else do we do other than commercialization, because it's a sector we have to build from the bottom. The way to measure that was to say, let's come with demonstrated technologies, because it shows our de-risking role in this space. Set ourselves a target of 13.54, and around the platforms and the clusters, these are modalities that we use just to drive the program. I didn't present last time because on certain matters in Parliament. But for example, when you look at the technology platforms, we have 9 of these. In fact, a month ago, we were launching another one called the One Bio Innovation Center in Cape Town. We have one on IKS sitting in the University of Free State, led by a very reputable Professor Matabisa. And all of these are the ones that support. And last time I mentioned in Parliament that we had CRISP, KwaZulu-Natal Research and Innovation Biosequencing platform that discovered the Omicron variant. And so I'm telling these stories to say, at the back of that number, the significant things that are happening there. And I guess sometimes here we are really bad at communicating, and I'll accept that we don't tell what our impact is. And then there are a number of clusters that we created, like an API cluster, active pharmaceutical ingredients cluster, where we are trying to help build the capacity of the country to manufacture its own APIs. And there's a number of things coming out of that. We've got the medical devices cluster. I showed you a picture of Lodox last time and a picture of one other technology that we had at Grooteskill University, hospital. So those are some of the things that are coming out of there. My colleagues then put this picture because we all compete to say which story must be told, and then they bully me into saying which one I must tell. So I kind of accept that. I always have my own views about what is it that I want to say. So they said, no. Tell the story of Igagasi, for example, which is one of the technologies we've created. It's really addressing the development of antigens. So it's one of the technologies that we are supporting within the bioeconomy. And then the seed preparation system that basically makes a continuous production of sugar rather than in batch, but it's just a continuous process. It's something that we're using the South Africa, the Sugar Milling Research Institute, which we have a partnership. I think I'm jumping into something. I spoke about the technology platform, so I'm not going to go too much in detail around. I mentioned CRISP and so on, but these are some of the achievements that we report in the annual report coming from one of our platforms, the CPGR, is called Center Genomic and Proteomics. In terms of the partnerships that we are leveraging overseas with Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, supporting some of our initiatives, the Right Foundation from Korea,
supporting our research activities, and Smith Futures also supporting some of our research activity. These are just stories basically of saying what is it that these platforms are achieving. Our medical device and diagnostic cluster, I spoke about it. And these are samples of projects. You've seen them in the presentation. What is coming out to creating your prosthetic leg for amputees. This is coming out of our platforms as well. The last outcome, Chair, is around innovation enabling. And in that, as I said, we're focusing on providing support to SMMEs through science, engineering, and technology support. Now, you'll recall at the top of the 4-year report, there's a ring that is red. I said it's an outcome that we are battling with, not struggling really, but we're really pushing hard to try and achieve, because that's one way we are lagging behind. But these results will show you that, in fact, last financial year, we actually achieved and exceeded this target, but it nevertheless still doesn't add up to help us with the numbers. But I think we're able to say that we are contributing to this through SMMEs that we are supporting, the platforms that we are establishing, and living labs, i.e. the centers. We've invested in 13 living labs. We have invested in 9 centers for innovation and entrepreneurship in different rural communities where grassroots innovators are able to walk in and get the support, being onboarded onto a training program, skills training program. Your typical intake per annum would be about 1,000. But at the end, those who are onboarded onto a full innovation development program, it's around 200. The number will show somewhere at the bottom. So these are the kind of numbers that we are talking about. These are the stories of a few that we established last year when I said the living labs and the centers for innovation and entrepreneurship. So I'm just giving the examples of those that we have supported, established in different provinces. One of our programs that we do extremely well with is the Seed Fund, which supports researchers at university, but it also supports SMMEs. We use implementing partners, i.e. the TTOs at universities, all of our 23 universities. There's a 1 or 2 that don't have. And then the Science Council, CSIR, and so on, work with their TTOs as well to look for opportunities amongst themselves, select, shortlist, and say, Tia, this is what we have chosen, can you please fund? And we deploy the funding to them. And so it's a very interesting distributed model because it helps us from trying to run things ourselves. We've got implementing partners. In other areas, we work with incubators. And so it will show you that there are a number of achievements from this program. I suppose, and I'm not going to go into too much detail around that. The Innovation for Inclusive Development Program, very interesting program that we are hosting on behalf of the department. There are a number of components to it, innovation for local economic development, grassroots innovation that I spoke about. And so the picture you saw there is our former DG when we last year launched our inaugural Grassroots Innovation Awards program. And in numbers terms, this is one of the most well-performing programs. We have 230 innovators that are already in the program developing solutions. When we met some 2 months, just under 6 weeks ago, as the governance committee that lead, we onboarded an additional 50. So we're just hovering at around 290 right now. But your number of 224 is a number that basically sits during the time of the reporting. The annual report is out of this 50 commercialized technologies. But for the current financial year under reporting, we commercialized 15. They add up to the 50 created jobs. And these are young people who are enterprising, but with whom we support. And they are not people sitting in metros. These are people coming from rural communities. So this is kind of impact that we have. And as we expand our spatial footprint this year, with the support of the department, this is the kind of I spoke about the technology stations program, so I'm not going to go too much into this, with the risk of repeating myself too much, but the basic highlights to show you that we have people who were helping me write the road numbers in ways instead of digits. So I find it a bit difficult. It's about 1,600 competitive improvements. We have 76 enterprise solutions that have been commercialized from this program. We have 127 postgraduate students who receive training through this. And the tech stations, one thing good about them is that they work in partnership with the CETA. They run CETA accredited courses as well, but this is more around your postdocs that we're supporting. We have got a number of inventions, disclosures, prototypes that came out of the program, technology assistance packages that we provide. And essentially, this program at a certain level assists SMMEs, sometimes that have products, to be able to meet the standard specifications, product specifications of big corporates so that they are able to join their supply chains. And I think it helps them a lot in that sense. So it's a very powerful program. Lastly, almost on the innovation instruments, there's a slide I tried to work on this morning, so Pumelele stopped me from putting it, so I said I'll talk to it. We have the innovation fund from the department, which is really an instrument the department has been working on for many, many years. And part of the reason why this was established was to say there's a big gap in commercialization funding in the South Africa and in the existing project. There's a lot of money that is out there to support, not a lot of money, there's money there to de-risk technologies, but there's no traction in commercializing these. The system can work in any way it works, but commercialization is an expensive business. It requires funding. And the department set up this fund with the Treasury, and they've been kind of deploying these funds through TIA and other partners in the system, the SASME fund, IDC, and so on. And so for our part, we've received in the last kind of rounds, 3 rounds, just about 282 million. Out of that, we have invested in 27 projects. And in those projects, I mean, there's a couple of them that have been commercialized and they're paying us royalties. So we're quite excited about that. I think there's a picture of these. Stone Tree is already paying us royalties that is used in the mining sector. And so what we are doing now with this fund, because this is a report that ends 31 March, but exciting stuff is happening in the background. It's important for me to share. Is that other than just investing money in these technologies that we've supported, there's always a question of TIA into the future. And we've been saying we have to set up a fund of funds program in TIA where we work with fund managers in the system, we give them money, they deploy it for us, they are the ones who look for communities, invest, support, and make sure that they are taken to market successfully. And of course, it's only talking, we didn't have the money for that. And so the department decided to say, you have 80 million rands that we're giving you. What you do with this money is one, set up a fully fledged innovation fund office in TIA. i.e. you need the capability in the organization to do that. And with that, you also establish and run a fund manager development program. Why? Because the fund and the VC landscape typically is untransformed, fundamental. And so what is important is that we have to be very deliberate in driving transformation and making sure that we establish the capacity in the system and increase the availability of black fund managers in the system. So we're going to be running that program with this money with the department. And after that, we can get fund managers who have track record and we are able to give them money to do that part of the work for us. And I think it's an exciting development right now. The second one, Chair, is just about last week, I think, in TIA, the SASME fund, and we have another industry partner called E-Squared. We launched a 300 million rand high impact seed fund. And it's really going to target SMMEs and startups together with university technology spin-outs. And so this is one of those collaborations that we are beginning to drive. And so it was quite exciting for us find partners who were able to work with us with this. And thanks to the department, because they are the ones who provided this funding in us and the SME fund. So we had to find other industry partners to work with. I think we should be scaling up that fund and making almost a permanent feature in the future. This is where our cookie crumbles, Chair, in the middle of all of the good stories. Is this turnaround time question, and it really remains an issue around which, let's say, customer complaint center around. We have set certain thresholds to say, if an application comes at 1 million rands, guys, can we make sure that we just kill this in 4 weeks and not procrastinate in taking decisions? And we are learning the hard way around that. One, grassroots innovators, the quantum for ticket size is 260K. And typically somebody should be saying, well, can you take a decision in 2 weeks to get people going? The problem is that you are dealing with people in the ecosystem who need serious handholding, who come from rural communities, destitute communities, and they really require a lot of support before even their application can succeed. And you've got this 4-week timeline you set for yourself. It's a public commitment you've made in the APP. You say 1 million is 4 weeks, but the reality on the ground says, no, we're not with grassroots. It ain't gonna work like that. And so we've learned a lot from this, and we accept it. It's the results we get, but we know what the reasons are. And I think what is important is to say, how do we deal with it in the future? Then we've got the 15 million rand mark kind of deal. Those ones typically, of course, are decision taken at Exco, and these are big projects. For you to find a project at the 15 million rands is not somebody walking to a bank through the window and walking away with us. These are technology complex transactions and projects. We have to conduct rigorous DD, looking at commercial, IP, technical, the team, and then talk about spreadsheets based on projections of monies that don't exist. And so it's a complex exercise, it's deep, and it takes account of the fact that most of our money is conditional grants. There's something to this, and it's quite important to just say this. When you go to CFA, you say, I want 15 million rands. They do something very simple. They give you a spreadsheet and say, show us how you're going to pay us back. And if you can't demonstrate, you walk away and say no. In TIA, our money is a grant. We give it to you. If you fail, we accept your failure because we are a risk funder. If you succeed, well, pay us royalties over a period of 20 years without frustrating your efforts in succeeding in the market. And so what is important in safeguarding the public purse is to make sure that our assessment and our due diligence is very rigorous. And we are not 100% sure that you succeed, but at least somewhere around 60, 40%, 40, 50% sure that this thing can work. And so these are some of the things that we have to deal with when we do this. And unfortunately, it does take long. The entrepreneurs sometimes themselves take long. When we ask them a question, they take 2-3 weeks to come back to us, but our clock is ticking at the time. We kind of pay the price for it. So, Chair, there are certain realities associated with this, and we are learning a lot from that. And the 26th one is the big deals that go to the board. So it really accounts to the fact that it has to go through multi-layers of governance. So what is it that we are doing? And I think that's what matters most, is that out of the lessons, and part of the reason why, and I didn't add this turnaround time, is that our portfolio is growing. There was a time when TIA was an organization running with 50 projects. Today we are sitting with a project portfolio that is active at 640 projects. And in that, we have a total staff complement existing of 145 people. A structure that is intended for 195 people. And so that's the capacity we work with. But then you begin to realize that the more your portfolio is bulging, the more the organization comes under pressure, the more the people come under pressure, and you have to look at other ways of doing business differently. And what is this that we're going to do? We said, we will use external experts in the system to be the one doing the DD for us. We get an expert, to give him a project, to give him 3 weeks to come back to you. It moves quick instead of one person running with 5 projects trying to do multiple things at the same time. So we're trying to address that. But we are also introducing automation. We are trying to do digital transformation, and we are beginning to implement. I mean, we've got one running, but I think we just need to scale it up and make sure that it works efficiently. And what we have decided, those who are in the system will have seen also that we've decided to take the approach of issuing scheduled calls that are time bound. We issue a call today, we close it at a certain time, we evaluate within a certain period, and then we contract and decide at a certain time. We issued a national call about 3 months ago across all things. We received applications of about 430 applications. They came in. We just issued another call on the back of a project given to us by the department to implement around space innovation. We've issued that call. We are waiting to see what comes in. We issued a grassroots innovation call last time. Unfortunately, we've taken the decision on that. We received 230 applications. And of that, we've just contracted and accepted 50. I'm just come to say there is an element of us being perhaps the victims of our own success. That's the one part. But the second part is that it's a reflection that the ecosystem is much more dynamic than we thought. It's active, it's productive, it's really, really working. And TIA needs to really begin to reorganize itself and to align with the developments in the ecosystem. And we have to adopt a completely different business model. And so fundamentally, all of this is part of the bigger future of TIA in terms of how we do these things out. I think this is the last bit, Chair. It's then the CFO who's going to take over and speak about the financials.
Thank you very much, and thank you very to the Honourable Chair and members of the portfolio. The next presentation, or the next slides, will deal with the financial statements as contained in our audit, as well as our audit outcome. And without going into sort of too much of detail, we will highlight some of the sort of key things, as that comes out in our financial statements. TIA, of course, operates with a overall allocation of in the last sort of financial year of 459 million. Within that financial year, of course, a significant portion of that income is actually ring-fenced income. Approximately 60% of that income is ring-fenced towards technology stations, as well as the bioeconomy program that the CEO presented a bit earlier, with of course the remaining portion relating to our baseline. We also then record additional income, and in this last year, closer to 159 million rand, which was called additional income. 145 million of that was contracted income. This actually relates to contracts that we manage on behalf of the DSI, predominantly together with other partners, where we then manage specific programs, which we then receive specific funds. Some of those programs that the CEO touched base on a little bit earlier one of those was the program for inclusive development, which was the grassroots innovation program, as well as the innovation fund program as well. We also, as TIA, then do generate additional income, and that income comes in the form of exits from some of our investments which we've taken. In this last sort of year, we recognized closer to 38 million additional income from one of the investments that we exited, as well as then income from royalties and levies. So traditionally, where we then do provide conditional grant funding, and those projects do commercialize, we do have to follow them and make sure that we track their progress. But where they, of course, are making sales, and we do follow through in terms of the royalties that we are due. So we have recorded close to 6 million rand worth of royalties in this last sort of financial year. From an expenditure perspective, we, of course, the majority of our expenditure predominantly, and I'll show you later, the slide in terms of our efficiency ratio. The majority of the funds are directed towards funding itself, and predominantly what it called mandate. In this quarter last year, closer to 502 million rand of funding was directed towards project expenditure, direct expenditure. A significant portion of that was directed towards the early stage sort of capital, early stage sort of funding, closer to call it 209 million towards our technology development fund, as well as then in terms of the number of programs that the CEO presented on earlier, towards the sort of cluster programs, platform programs, which is approximately 80 million, as well as in technology stations in the region of 124. Of course, we also then directed, so there is a fair bit of distribution towards the various programs in support of the TR mandate itself. At an operational expenditure perspective, we do of course monitor our overall costs at a very lean and mean level, particularly making sure that we direct our operational costs, particularly in support of the mandate. We of course have to incur certain outside of our normal sort of facility costs. We do have costs in relation to monitoring of projects. We travel to projects and be able to monitor and oversee the oversight. In this last year, we also incurred some additional legal expenditure towards one of the investments that we had been following through in terms of the election process, which was the Kappa matter, and we did incur some legal costs as that sort of legal matter was coming to the fore as part of its final arbitration processes and so on. The next slide really then deals with that sort of MTF allocation that we spoke about, and really outlining that sort of allocation split. Important to note, as we presented to the committee last year, is that overall MTF allocation for this current year has dropped from 459 million to 432 million. So really, again, placing stress around to the entity to make sure as it sort of tries to fulfill its mandate, but importantly making sure that we try and leverage as much funds outside as one of our strategic focus areas itself. I think I already touched on in terms of that allocation splits between our income, and noting that of course we've last year increased income that we've raised externally, and that remains of course a positive trajectory. We of course within, and I guess to the CEO's point earlier around what we see is the need coming out of the system. There is a very significant need in terms of funding, with of course the funding that we have available not as sufficient enough. However, what we do as an entity try to make sure that wherever we generate additional income, we do try to reprioritize those towards a project expenditure. In this last year, you'll see that we've of course not only spent what we had, but we've also reprioritized, making sure that our expenditure was 119% greater than actually income that we've actually been able to generate. I'm not going to necessarily touch too much of detail in the next sort of graph that really deals with how we've tried to prioritize our expenditure. However, noting making sure that we trying to distribute between the various programs that are already being presented a little bit. Importantly, I think from an efficiency ratio perspective, we've of course recalibrated against our expenditure in terms of what and where we're incurring as an entity. In this last year, our efficiency ratio dropped to 15%, and really what that means is meaning that only 15% of our funds goes towards administrative support, with 85% going towards the core mandate from a team perspective. That of course reflecting a very significant improvement relatively to previous years itself. From a balance sheet perspective, so of course TIA in its sort of funding model directs of course a lot of its funding towards grant and committed or conditional grants itself. We do, however, have some loans where we would have granted historically to some of the entities, and we do follow up on some of those loans to try and make sure that those funds are repaid. Included within that are some of the projects again that the CEO presented, one of them being Storm 3, where there is of course a loan that we provided as part of the appropriate funding instrument, again making sure that we do follow through on conditions. I'm going to highlight one more item within this slide, which is really an investment that we hold with BioVac, and really touching through some of the introductory comments around what drove our findings from last year in terms of the opinion itself. We do have an investment with BioVac that constitutes a equity holding in BioVac, which includes the shareholder loan. During this last financial year, we had new auditors that were appointed through the AG's office, which was Nexia SABNT. And unfortunately, when Nexia SABNT was appointed, as part of their audit process, they disagreed with something that our previous auditors had raised in terms of the classification of that investment itself. Unfortunately, management had been applying it correctly in 2021. Our previous auditors said we must change it, and of course, under yes, we changed it. But now the sort of new auditors came and said, no, we actually disagree, and you were actually correct in the first place. So unfortunately, we've had to make that change and release our financial statements. That, of course, will result in that modification in the audit opinion that you've seen. And that's probably one of those paragraphs that really, audit highlights it. Unfortunately, unnecessary, we have had a number of engagements with the Auditor General, and now, of course, supports the current audit presentation. And we can confirm that hopefully we, as an entity, don't find ourselves with that situation going into the future. So that's really, I guess, just to call it highlight, that sort of particular investment, but particularly how that then links in terms of the impact to the entity itself. I guess the additional item just to note within this slide is really our cash and cash holdings itself. We, of course, manage a number of programs that on behalf of the DSI that we spoke about. At sort of year end, we had closer to 500 million rand worth of contracts that we still needed to expend in terms of those programs. We, of course, have to hold that funds until we disperse of it. So closer to 507 million of that 588 million was, as a result of programs. Some of those were funds that we received late in the financial year. So the CEO spoke earlier around the 100 million rand fund of funds that we've invested in, as well as a new program which was relating to space. And those funds we received fairly late in that financial year, and we were, of course, not able to dispense of that. We've, however, started to dispense a significant portion post-year. It's really a timing issue and year-end itself. Within this slide, we, of course, represent those amounts that we're holding on behalf of the DSI, which you'll then see, split from an accounting perspective, but really at 507 million. What we, of course, take away from that is that, of course, the monies that we're managing are increasing over a period in time, over the number of years. ST has been able to show that we've been able to successfully deploy a number of these programs over a number of years itself. Chair and members, I'm not necessarily going to go through too much in terms of our cash flows. However, really more focusing on our cash and cash holdings as we engage with the National Treasury at the end of the year. So as we sort of engage with the National Treasury, we of course noted that we had 588 million. However, when you apply the National Treasury circular regarding surpluses, we have 172 million. However, those 172 million are on the back of a number of projects that we hold on behalf of the DSI, as well as a number of grants. So at year end, we had closer to 200 million rand worth of projects for which we then needed to still disperse on. We, of course, disperse towards projects on a milestone basis. So typically, at any point in time, we have a number of commitments running into the next year itself. And at year end, we had closer to 200 million rand worth of those projects. Of course, when you would then consider that, tier then doesn't necessarily have a surplus to actually report on from the National Treasury perspective, and it is something that we've engaged with the National Treasury. And they, of course, it's a factor of the funding model here does operate, given that we have to commit into it itself. From an accounting policy perspective, Chair and members, I guess at the outset, TIA across its financial statements does report in line with the GRAP standard. So it's really an accrual-based standard, not a cash-based standard. We, of course, the only other item really to note, which would have had an impact again or highlight within the auditor's report, was regarding irregular expenditure. In this last year, there were two instances that we noted regarding irregular expenditure. One was in regards to approval processes regarding the program that we managed on behalf of the DSI, and the other one was really around a procurement, which we followed through a particular process for relation to the nature of the procurement. However, the external auditors disagreed, believing that we could have followed a different route, particularly noting that this is a quality an area of quality judgment. We have, of course, subsequent to this last year, we have been engaging, and just on last week, we entered into and we engaged with National Treasury in an oversight engagement. This was last Friday. Engaging with the National Treasury in terms of quality support from an oversight from a procurement perspective. And I think there were a number of quality areas which were very positive coming out of that meeting. Of course, providing support from a tier perspective as we engage with the auditors in some of these technical areas going into the future. Again, I think there were some areas that I guess in that engagement, National Treasury was saying, well, we actually disagree with the auditors, but hopefully, and we've already started those engagements with our auditors, and of course will help us into the next year as we engage with them. Chair, members, as we move over then to the sort of last bit in terms of the presentation, in terms of the audit outcomes, I've already again touched base on a little bit of what contributed towards TIA's unqualified audit status. We, of course, whilst we've maintained the unqualified audit status in the last sort of year and 2 years, there has been areas that has resulted in references within our audit findings without necessarily going into the previous year's audit outcome, which was really as a result of a restructuring that we followed through with one of our investees, and the result was that we were able to recover a significant portion of funds that would have had an impact on financial statements. And that was in regards to the 2022-23 financials. However, in the 23-24 financial statements, the two real issues which I touched on was the disagreement with the previous auditors regarding the classification of one of the financial statements, regarding one of the investments, as well as then the references around irregular expenditure. Again, these are two areas that, of course, we need to take note of, and is receiving a significant amount of attention, which we will, of course, touch base in terms of what is it that we're going to be doing. Suffice to say, and I think the opening remarks suggested to say, has there been issues that we found ourselves with the findings? And I think the answer to that is no. It hasn't been new repeat findings that have cleared itself. It's really as a result of some of these technical interpretations as we've found ourselves with new auditors and call it a fresh set of eyes as they engage in TIA's audit itself. Chair and committee members, and I think of course we engaged with the Auditor General yesterday. I touched on that, of course, BNT, did identify a number of areas that they wanted management to be aware of. A lot of focus, which was, of course, in terms of procedural issues. However, noting the two material issues which I already touched on a little bit earlier. Chair, and I think in terms of the actions to improve, this is an area which, as management, but not only as management, as the board has taken very significant attention to, including our audit and risk committee, which we've recently had a special audit and risk committee workshop around controls and what do we do in regards to our journey towards clean audit, and a number of audit areas that we've identified which will form the basis of our audit committee's continuous review and follow through it from an oversight perspective. Some of those areas which we've touched on a little bit regarding those improvement areas include, of course, some of the automation areas in trying to address some of the issues regarding our systems and processes from an oversight or projects perspective, but also including issues around how we review and how we revise some of our own policies and processes so that those don't trip us up as well. We will start engaging, and we have already started engaging around the sort of the procurement finding, which I touched on earlier regarding engagements with National Treasury, as well as then also ensuring that as TIA's model does evolve, we will engage around how we do undertake our quality review statements and financial statement preparation perspective. Chair, those are some of the key sort of highlights around what are we doing, but also reflecting that as management, ensure that we get back to that clean audit status and noting that these are the areas.
Honorable members, Honorable Mason, Start, Honorable Mazoi.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you to the board. Let me just say I never admonish anyone. I might make a constructive comment, but the last time I admonished someone, especially a CEO, you ended up crying. So I guarantee you would know if I'd admonished you, and you certainly weren't admonished. But I apologize if I hurt your feelings in any way. I hope they recorded that today. Because I have seen money, not large amounts of money, but significant amounts of money. And it's almost depressing that we say not large, because now large, you go into billions. But let's be honest, 100,000 Rand should be considered a large amount of money. We've seen money being filtered through projects that, when presented to us, seemed good and fair. On closer inspection, perhaps maybe through the Zondo Commission, we found that it was a project that was created for a subsidiary company, for a cousin of a brother, of a sister, of a friend. We all know the story, we all watch the Zondo Commission. So I'm always deeply concerned when I see something that has great potential, but also carries great risk. And CEO, you yourself said this is a risk high department, because you're basically, you're giving out grants, you're hoping that they succeed, but there's not pretty much you can do if they don't succeed. So please understand, I'm a politician, nothing more, nothing less. That's why I'm asking you this. How do you determine? I mean, you're doing risk analysis. I know as a politician how I would do risk analysis in terms of looking at your financial statements, in looking at your audit outcomes. I know what questions to ask the Auditor General. But how do you, as scientists, as academics, how do you decide this project is legit? There is good intention behind it. There's no one's brothers, sisters, uncles, aunts who is actually running the operation out of a garage somewhere that we don't know about. So do you have a board that sits down and specifically looks at these projects? Because you now have 640 active projects. I might be a bore, but I find that fascinating. I would love to know what your projects are, because if there's one thing I've learned about this committee is that you just are amazed every day at what comes out of South African minds. It's mind-blowingly phenomenal. It's made me so proud. Then CEO, you said that the business model needs to change. Do you say that the business model needs to change to protect yourselves from what I've just said, like to make yourselves less risk front-facing? Or does the business model have to change because you don't have a lot of funding? And I don't mean this in any way to sound derogatory, but you don't deal with huge amounts of money in comparison to some of the other entities that we see dealing with the billions. So your money that you have really has to be carefully spent, because you've got such limited funds. And for 640 projects, I mean, you know, you're talking 300 million Rand. To split that up is difficult, especially if you're going to invest in a project that the returns aren't going to be good on. Then I'm very interested in intellectual property at the moment, and probably because I know, and I'm sure you know my history with the Zondo Commission, we know how much intellectual property was stolen during state capture. So someone comes to you, they've got a great idea, you give them the grant, and they're not filing their licenses. They're not doing the applications for patents. Why? This I don't understand. If I was an inventive, if I was inventing something, if I was coming up with a new genome structure, whatever, the first thing I would do is I would approach a patent law firm and I would say, start already so that the patent pending is in my name to protect myself from government and to protect myself from armies and defense forces and big pharmaceuticals. So I don't understand why there's this lag in an inventor or an entity not wanting to license their project. So if you could just elaborate on that, because that to me is where maybe something corrupt could happen. While a patent or a license is pending, that's when things start going into the gray area. And I don't like that. So I think what I'm asking is, have you got anti-corruption, just blatantly anti-corruption policies in place? Because now you've learned from Zondo, we've all learned from Zondo what can happen, right? So have you got this mitigating and this sort of barrier to protect yourselves? Then, Chair, I'm almost done. I really like the approach, and I quoted you, CEO. You see, this is I like it when you talk. That's how you know I didn't admonish you. I like it when you talk. When you said, when someone comes to you with a project and you say, guys, let's kill this in 4 weeks. That's how it should be. Because otherwise people aren't going to come to you. They're going to be like, another bureaucratic department that is going to take me 9 years to get anything done, and there's no point in doing it. I like that. But with that comes its own risk. Because how in 4 weeks is your, whatever board you're going to tell me about it now, whatever department, how you're going to interrogate the outcome of your investment is going to be positive, and it's not going to be money that you've lost. So while I like the idea of 4 weeks, let's kill it, what about 4 weeks kills you? That's the other side of the coin. And we have to be realistic about that, especially given the fact that your budget is so limited. And it should be a lot more, in my opinion. But, I'm someone who believes in innovators. Then I've just got one question, CFO. The approval irregularity that you had, you said it dealt with specifically with the department, and now we must be careful, because we were renamed on the 24th of September. So we are now officially the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation. So you said that the approval irregularity was linked to the department. Why? Because that's odd. The Auditor General didn't elaborate on that yesterday. Maybe I wasn't looking for it because I didn't know to look for it, but now I do know to look for it, so I'm going to look for it. And also on the slide, I think it was the second last slide that you showed us, you had a significant amount of yellow color block slides that showed material findings. Can you just tell us a bit more about those material findings? And then my very last question, Chair. Who were your auditors? Who are the new auditors? And the reason I ask this is because technical issues have been cited by both auditing firms. And when I hear technical issues being reported to the AG, my hair stands up on the back of my neck that there's a problem I need to look at. So if you could just explain that. Thanks, Chair.
Honourable members, I can be precise.
Admonishments accepted.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, with regards to, first of all, I welcome the presentation. And with regards to the KPIs, and especially the targets that you did not achieve, you talked about licensing, and others. I applaud really and appreciate the honesty in your presentation by not trying to romanticize it and make it look all good, But also, I wanted to say to you, I think in future you should not be afraid to brag about your successes. Do not be afraid to share the good news, the stuff that you do, because it gives us as politicians an opportunity to, brag about you to our constituencies and to the general public, so because I think my thing is, where we're not making science exciting, and we need to get a lot of people more curious about it, especially at grassroots level. So I think do not be afraid to speak to us about your successes and create that curiosity and excitement. And also, the reason I welcome the presentation is because when something is communicated and not in jargon, technical, scientific terms, for me as a politician, it's easier for me to understand, especially if I can see, the tangible successes, when you explain them in practical terms. So yeah, I liked that. But also, I think the question that I have, Chair, is how do you plan to improve on the missed KPIs? And have you really thoroughly looked into how to fix, things like the turnaround that you talked about, the turnaround time that you talked about, and have you looked into how you're going to deal with, such things in the future?
Thanks, Chair. I also welcome the presentation. I think it was very clear. What I only wanted to really check or ask is that with regard to your strategical focus or plan, which is commercial innovations, bioeconomy strategy, and SMMEs supported throughout regionally, as you reported, does TIA also prioritize sectors that align with national interest as well? That includes your renewable energy technologies. I wanted to check that, your artificial intelligence and cybersecurity. I know you are doing very well on your technology that you reported, and you are doing very well on that. Also, I wanted to check that, but this is just maybe a comment, that increasing engagement with the community stakeholders and establishing community advisory boards can also ensure that TIA's initiatives align with the public needs and expectations. I think that will also assist. There are only two questions I wanted to ask, Chair. What specific criteria does TIA use to prioritize funding for the different projects? I think that is what Honorable Mazuni was wanted to also check. And how does you measure the long-term impact on your funded projects? Lastly, Chair, are there any plans in place that TIA has to address potential ethical concerns related to emerging technologies? Those are the only two questions, Chair. Thanks.
Chair, I was waiting for this question. I've got few questions. I will try to be specific and short. What specific qualitative metrics does TAI use to assess the societal impact of the bio-based product developed under the bioeconomy strategy, in addition to quantitative output indicators? And second one, how does TIA ensure effectiveness management and alignment of goals among various stakeholders, including academic institutions and industrial partners, to prevent the potential conflict and misalignment in the bioeconomic initiatives? And because of time, I will ask a few questions, two more. What specific measures does TAI have in place to bridge the gap between the researchers' outputs and market-ready products? And how does it support innovators in overcoming commercialization challenges? Another question that I want to know, can TIA provide details on how funding is allocated, as my colleagues asked that question, to different projects within the bioeconomic strategy? And what criteria are used to prioritize certain initiatives over others? And the last list, what strategies does TAI employ to engage with the communities that directly are affected by the challenges the bioeconomic strategies aim to address, and how their feedback incorporated into the development of the bio-based solutions? I'll end there because of time.
But few, I must finish them. Okay. Thank you, Chairperson. A child in the rural areas, in township of know nothing about the guarantee. And it doesn't South African law. What is it that you guys are doing to get to those, get to the rural areas, to get to the disadvantaged farms, get to the areas where children do not know they've got ideas, they've got innovations that are doing, but they don't know where to go. Never heard of anything about TIA. It's an agent that can fund their projects and fund their innovation. What is it and what initiative are you going to take?
It's from my side, G. And let me also welcome the presentation and then also say that the issue of non-qualified audits with findings is a concern to the portfolio committee, and I listened to the CEO and the CFO, I think, just trying to explain why we landed or why TIA landed there. But for me, it really doesn't really make sense that you would set targets for yourselves that are going to, at the end of the day, put you in these situations. Why do you then plan something that is going to put TIA in the outcomes that TIA has from in the audit outcomes? And then secondly, with all that being said with TIA, I mean, TIA funds innovations, and the work of TIA, the mandate of TIA speaks of developmenting or development in the public sector or in the state or whatever. But then I want to know that those who fund, most of the time, they not then at the end venture into the public sector. It's mostly in private sectors. Like for instance, when we speak of the health sector, you've got you speak about a lot of good things that has happened through TIA. A lot of I don't know how to call those equipments there in the theater or wherever, but you would find that our public sector is not there yet. That's why majority of us here would have medical aids, because we are not yet at that level as government. And so I'm asking that why is it that we have TIA, but the outcomes of TIA does fund people, TIA does do this, but the outcomes are not seen, as my colleague would be saying, that they are not out there. I won't go to a hospital at Tonga in Nkomazi and find what you're talking about. Instead, when a person in Tonga gets a heart attack or whatever, they have to be transported to Araguana for whatever. I'm just setting that as an example. I'm not saying that's how it is. And then also, you spoke of or the CEO spoke of challenge. It's not the CEO, the one that was on the chairperson. The chairperson spoke of challenges that you faced this year, and she also spoke of instability in leadership. And she did not explain further what she meant by that. Because as a portfolio committee, I think and believe that the portfolio committee is there to look into all those matters. And if indeed TIA would get an unqualified audit in 2 consecutive years, and that is why then I say CEO that I really don't buy the reason behind it, because if it was only this year, it was going to be understandable. But even in the previous year, it was still the same thing. So I think that must be clarified, especially the challenges and the instability the chairperson spoke about. Spoke of SMMEs that you support. Obviously, SMMEs should be creating jobs in society and everything. So with everything that Tia said, we as a portfolio committee would love to see the work of Tia. Tia should provide if it's a list of those they've assisted, if it's a list of the projects that are there, so that we understand when Tia presents that, okay, this is what Tia does, so that probably I'm here asking about things you do back in the villages, can't it is a corner, we just do not know, or we just are not aware of them. So Tia should provide the portfolio committee with such, so that we know that this projector was done by a person who was funded by Tia before or whenever, so that we understand the work Tia is doing on the ground. But all in all, Chair, I must say that even though I do welcome the presentation, the reason behind the unqualified audits and findings really doesn't make sense if it's in 2 years. The previous financial year was the same, even now it's the same. So clearly there must be a concern, or clearly there must be reasons behind it, other than what the CEO and the CFO mentioned. As I said, if indeed is the targets you set for yourself, and then probably your budgets and whatnot, why do you then set some things that are then going to put Tia in such a problem? So that would be all from my side, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. CEO. All right. Thanks, Chair, and thanks to members. Member Mazon, your apology is accepted. I made a mistake of not acknowledging the presence of my executives in the room. They are here, able to help me answer some of the questions. High economy acting, Mr. Matuli, and our executive for commercialization, transit, Diana Idu, so he's leading our commercialization. Other than the board members. And I didn't say that the board member sitting on to my left, chairperson of audit and risk committee, outcomes are part of his oversight responsibility. I'll ask the chair at some point to give the question around the leadership point that she made, because I suppose.
And when you delegate, can you allow a to precise?
Yes.
Because it may be that we
Another
time for presentation.
So what I'm going to do, Chair, I'm going to take a short debate. Where I get stuck, and then I'll call for help with them just to help with a particular point. Okay. So let me start with Member Mazon's question around great opportunity in these innovations that we support, and yet there's also great risk. You know, what is it that you need to evaluate all of this? Now, one thing is to say, like, TIA is probably one of just about 50 innovation agencies, and we all are involved in the same business. We all are basically doing the same thing and facing the problems and challenges. But without us as a country being prepared to bite the bullet and take risks, ain't going anywhere. And so it's important that we accept that as a starting point of if our economy is going to be driven by innovation for competitiveness, all that goes with significant. And the rate of failure is accepted, and there's just general benchmarks around that. If you find 10 technologies, and the VC guys will tell you that, but they're actually lucky because they invest in things that we have already de-risked. But even them, they are prepared to accept when they put money in 10 deals. If they get 3 outgoing, they're happy. But they are lucky because we have already de-risked them. Now we have to start from the bottom. The question is, what should our risk appetite be? To say in every 10 deals that we support, what would be our measure of success to say we're doing well? That's in terms of the level of attrition of our portfolio. And I don't think we have answered that question as TM. Perhaps it's something that we have to think about and set ourselves some kind of a target. Let's say, well, if we find early stage ideas, not even technologies, early stage ideas. Maybe we should see so many of them coming out. And I'm saying you're putting this as a challenge to us. So I'm answering this question at a different level other than just saying we evaluate following certain processes. But at that level, we have, and this is what puts us in trouble. As I said, rigorous due diligence processes that are looking at the team, technology feasibility. That's why more than half of our staff complement in TIA, scientists and engineers with MBAs and PhDs in their technical qualifications. We look at the financials, and then we've got number crunchers. And then we are also looking at your commercial potential, your market analysis, and your projections. And all of these are based on things that don't exist. Things you're going to develop, that's going to develop with things that exist in the market. And we have to take that kind of assumptions. And a lot of this is really about assumptions. And so we make those decisions based on that. And of course, this due diligence part, which is, as I said, the one that puts in trouble. If you say to people, you know, our experts led by Mr. Naidu, who himself is an engineer, have looked at this thing and they told you that it's a perpetual motion technology, ain't gonna work. They say to you, no, you guys don't know what makes water boil. I know the science better than you. And so they challenge us on the science. That's why I'm saying into the future, what we're doing with our new business model is to get and on board, which we have already done, experts and key opinion leaders in different technical fields, so that when we have an application coming in, part of those are simpler ones we'll do, but there are others that we'll give to the experts outside. Because in a way, if you have an independent expert looking at the opportunity, it then helps us from being accused of lack of independence, because then it's an independent expert opinion. If we say somebody is an expert, we respect their opinion. And so if they say no, we accept it. And the entrepreneur and the applicant must accept it. But we tend to end up in battles with them around that. You asked the question around, so the last part to close this is that we are involved in a very difficult business. It is what it is. It's risky. It's early stage innovation of early stage ideas, not of early stage innovations where there's already a prototype. Sometimes there's no prototype. You have to find a prototype. So you said, what is the logic behind the requirement for us to change the business model? Are we protecting ourselves from this? And the answer is that changing the current year business model, we can't get away from it. It's something we have to do to respond to, I think, the dictates of the evolution of the ecosystem. Otherwise, TIA will be left behind and it will be irrelevant. As I said, when we started TIA early years, and I gave this talk somewhere at the Innovation Summit, I'm going to do one line. The only venture capital fund that existed in this country in 2009 was from the IDC, 200 million rands for the whole country and the whole system. Last year, 3.2 billion rands. And at that time, no longer IDC, just over 100 fund managers and venture capital players existing in the system. So it tells you how much our ecosystem has evolved. So TIA then begins to move out of that space where its job is to develop the ecosystem, because the ecosystem has evolved. We played our part. We need to focus somewhere else and play a different role. And in this, our business model is also driven by the fact that, as I say, the portfolio in our belly is bulging. We're sitting with 640 already under current management. We issued a call that invited 430 applications. Another one attracted 230 applications. It just keeps going on. And there is no question that we have to do business differently, because we aren't going to be able to hire more people. Otherwise, we'll end up as an organization with 5,000 people trying to do everything ourselves, and it doesn't work. The reality of the matter is that there's significant amount of capacity, competence, knowledge, and expertise and resources lying in the system. So we have to work with other partners, implementing partners who can do certain parts of the work for us. identify opportunities, we give them the money. They co-fund with us because the business model is also intended to promote the leveraging of resources from other partners who feel that they are also part of what they achieve. So there's a whole range of things, and it's really far from protecting ourselves, but it's just an imperative for what we need to do because of the system. The IP theft question, why not licensing? And this is part of the outcome that we spoke about that we're struggling with. I member raised it. Suffice to say that we learn as an entity, as part of our M&E, learning and improvement. We commit ourselves to do something. Unfortunately, it's a commitment that remains for 5 years because it's a strat plan signed by Parliament. So we can't get out of it. When we see it's not working, we're just going to have to keep trying until 5 year ends. But in that, the lessons are telling us that we committed ourselves to something that is outside of our control, and we're not going to do it again going forwards. We're going to have to look at different matrices for measuring commercialization. Why are entrepreneurs not licensing? People, when they choose their commercialization strategy of their technology, they always make an assessment of what is the best way of getting a technology to market, either through a spin-out from a university or through a startup or through a licensing into another company. And some of these things, they end up being strategic decisions. But I mean, these choices are choices made by entrepreneurs who, I suppose, are driven by different interests. Some of them want to build companies and create jobs. And some of them just want to really license the technology to somebody else who can do better than they can. Remember that these are researchers at university, so they're not necessarily CEOs and commercial directors. As much as others say we don't know what makes water boil, some other people don't know how to make money. Yeah? And so on the other side, it's a question of how do you get a technology to market without wanting to be the innovator and the person who takes it there. It may well be that you are better off remaining as a scientist and doing the research, and maybe be the chief technology officer in the company. And so these are the kind of things that we are learning, and we are looking at, in fact, supporting that. Anti-corruption policies, I'm going to ask the CFO, the chairperson of ARC is here, I'm not delegating upwards, in the job after this. But please don't feel left out. You can help us on this. Let me run through my ones quickly. Audit findings, CFO issue. KPIs achieved that we didn't achieve. Yes, there are KPIs that we didn't achieve. The first thing is that we are happy that we achieved 15 out of 19. We hang our heads in shame that there are those that we missed. We learned lessons from those. But in this, as I said, turnaround time, I mean, it's a really, really ongoing battle with this, not the battle we are losing, but a battle from which we are learning lessons, i.e. we should not promise ourselves to make a decision in 4 weeks on 1 million. And as you say, Member Mazoni, it's a question of, does it make sense? And we've learned that it doesn't make sense. We've learned that supporting grassroots innovators ain't gonna take 4 weeks to onboard them and make a decision on them. They require a lot of nurturing, hand-holding until they get to a point of completing an application, defending the application, and it being successful. And I think we learned from that. So we're going to be careful when we do our new strategic plan in terms of what is it that we did. And so just to also explain the background to this KPI, because I think I'm the one who motivated for including it in our strat plan and EPP. It is because there was an outcry in the ecosystem around turnaround time in TIA. Outcry, and it really was at the heart of TIA's reputational damage. And I said, guys, let's do this. Let's make a compact with society. In our APP, because it's a public document, at least they'll have a sense of what is it that we are aiming to do. If they hold us accountable, let them hold us accountable to what we committed. And of course, we bend our fingers because it is what it is. But at least we are able to communicate to the public what our intentions are. The other questions around alignment with policy. We are, and I mentioned the bioeconomy strategy that was 10 years from 2013 to 2023, and that's what has been driving us. How do we select? How do we prioritize things in TIA? What are the kind of governance structures? I mean, we've got EXCO, we've got Investment Assessment Committee, made up of technical people, financial people, and everybody, and legal DG to check if there's politically exposed people connected with the project, and if they are there, we check them away. And so basically, that's how we do our DD. But in terms of prioritizing, we really don't choose. And this is one of the complex things about peers positioning and how people perceive this. Once you say you are choosing this, you risk losing out, in fact, on other opportunities that could be getting traction. And so what you do is a kind of let the thousand flowers bloom type of approach. You make a call out there, and then you select the most competitive and most promising applications. However, in doing that, we are driven by the decadal plan right now, which is very clear in terms of its investment priorities. Modernization of agriculture, manufacturing, and so on. That's what we are focusing on, and we're issuing calls. But the decadal plan was only approved, 2 years ago. In the past, we've been doing the let the thousand flowers bloom approach. And our portfolio is, coincidentally, a lot of these are aligned with the decadal plan. So we are not far off, but we are aligning much more closer with the decadal plan. That's what we're driven on, including the development of our current strategy right now. Measuring impact. I'll deal with this because it manifested itself as a question in many ways. One is that there's this visibility question that is phenomenology and outreach. It's true. I accept that we are extremely bad still at marketing. We really, really don't tell our story. I don't know it's because we are scientists and engineers or what, but we simply are bad. And I think it's something that we really, really have to improve. And I'm not saying the board, but I'm saying ourselves in management, because it sits on us to tell our story. I mean, we are excited when we see these things work. But after that, instead of going out to actually showcase, we get to the next thing. And I think we're on a treadmill of trying to produce good results, but we don't make the time to actually showcase that which we are producing. And I think it's part of what is going to be core in our strategy into the future, because the sector we are in, and I know that the minister speaks about this all the time, it's a very difficult sector for people to comprehend. They're connected with science and so on. And we are saying that there's a broader definition of innovation. People must not think that innovation is an exclusive remit of the educated and the scientists and engineers. They must know that if they have an idea, it does not matter who they are. This system also includes them. And I think it's not about promoting that culture of innovation and making sure that we access people and sensitize them. We do impact assessment studies to measure the impact just around jobs created, contribution to GDP. For every rand we spend, we generate 5 rands, exports, revenue, and so on. So we do measure those things. I think I have covered much of this except the audit outcomes.
Chair, may I? Thank you, Chair, and greetings again to the honourable members. My name is Tavis Ramasik. I'm the Chair of the Audit and Risk Committee. I just feel, Chair, it's quite pertinent that I come in and address what you have already outlined in your opening remarks, particularly around the audit outcomes. There was a clear question from the honourable member around who are our auditors. So in the last 2 financial years, we've had 2 different types of auditors. So one set of auditors, there are former and associates, is a black firm, and we're very proud as the board that we've been giving black firms an opportunity to be our auditors. And in this past audit, another black firm, which is SABMT. So there's been a transition in terms of auditors, and that has been good and bad. Good in the sense that you need to change auditors as an organization from time to time. And I think it's been proven in South Africa that auditor rotation is quite crucial. So the issues, the question, Chair, in your point in opening remarks was, whether the issues in the 2 financial years were the same. And we just wish to reiterate there are 2 different issues. One relates to the restatement of the financials. We received money beyond a certain amount, which was material. So it was actually a good thing, but then it led to a restatement of the financials. So because the amount was what was above what is called a materiality level. So that was actually a good element. And then the second element in this current year's audit related to a historic matter that the new auditors felt it wasn't dealt with properly historically. And that led to fundamentally around that expenditure that the new auditors felt it was not dealt with historically. And we have a very good relationship, of course, with the AG. The AG attends all our audit and risk committee meetings. I just want to put the point of principle. I think to put you on the same level that we as a board are very predetermined and preoccupied to making sure that in this current financial year, all hands are on deck to make sure that we are comfortable that historic issues have been dealt with, and there are no material. If you look at audits in general, every audit has findings. What differs is the materiality of the finding. And we're comfortable that we are not going to be dealing with any material issues. We've got new auditors, they have cleaned up, they've gone through everything. It was a very intensive audit process, and we're happy that it was intensive. There were lots of disagreement in management and auditors, and the AG had to mediate, but I can give the portfolio committee a very good sense of comfort that in this current financial year, the audit and risk committee and the board are seized with making sure that we are presenting very clear audit, very clean audit outcome. We think all the things that could be uncovered have been covered. We should not be dealing with those historic issues. I think I've covered the key aspect, Chair, around where do we stand. There are two different issues, two different in those two financial years, two sets of auditors, and the transition issues that came through. I'm very comfortable, Chair, that we as a board, we are keeping a very close eye on the 1st of October. As a very clear, we met as an audit committee and the management. We are very clear around making sure that we present a good story to tell in terms of audit outcomes for South Africa.
Are you saying that other audit and this audit findings are different?
Yes, Chair. Chair, and I think it's proper maybe as a follow-up that we kind of share the story, because we've got a new committee. It's important that we do a follow-up in sharing the story and also showing you from the last findings what work has been done, to deal with the previous findings that have been made. I think there'll be a supplementary submission to the committee, something that I'm comfortable to commit the committee to. And maybe the point around the matters around leadership, if the chair is still online, perhaps the chair could address those points, because there are aspects around leadership that over time can result in capacity of.
Okay, after the then the chair and then I don't know who's coming in.
Thanks very much, Chair.
Done from your side.
I'm covered, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
No, I mean the whole team.
Chair, maybe just only one additional, maybe just to elaborate around the question of the quality fraud and anti-corruption quality policy itself. I think the CEO touched on, of course, quality due diligence processes, etc. But maybe just to add to that, as part of our own sort of internal policies, we do have quality fraud policy that does embrace, principles around quality anti-corruption policies, etc., as well as reviews. Of course, as we disperse funds, it's important that we have sight of where funds are used. Part of quality monitoring of projects is to make sure that projects do report back where funds have been utilized and where flow of funds do follow. And of course, if there's areas where funds have not been used in alignment with project plans or the project plans, we will follow up with projects to make sure that those quality prioritized accordingly. So it is an area that of course, as we understand that as we disperse to projects, it's something that we need to make sure that we have oversight around the usage.
Chair, are you still online?
Yes, Chair, I'm still here and happy to address the point regarding the leadership challenges that we have. And I thank the member for that question. And my response is that any strong organization needs a strong and stable leadership bench. I think our acting CEO and his executive team has done a sterling job or a good job at keeping the organization afloat. The reality, member, is that our acting CEO has been acting for the past 4 years. And to the minister's best endeavors, our review was finalized this year in March. And in the absence of having the ministerial review being conducted and completed, we were not in a position to appoint a permanent CEO, which is a very key point to ensuring that the organization does continue and does not have capacity issues. So, member, the good thing is that the review has been finalized. We've gotten the green light now to employ a permanent CEO. And there's great alignment with our shareholder on how we're going to proceed in that regard. And I'm also quite excited and optimistic that given strong leadership bench operating change at TIA. So that was what I was alluding to the fact that we've had an acting CEO for the past 4 years, and it has made it quite difficult able to appoint executives because we wouldn't necessarily be aligned around where is the organization going strategically, and how then do we appoint permanent executives in the absence of knowing where is the organization going to be. So member, I hope that does some light around the point that I made earlier on, and happy to address any other further questions.
Chair. Yesterday there was a concern about a young boy from Embe who established that uses water of well. We raised the issue with the and then we were told that later on that you are willing to fund an innovation. There were quite a number of issues that were raised and that are strategic. Another one is using plastic to create oil. That's from Pumaland. So when we are concerned about the criteria of funding, criteria of how you select your pool, that's where we are. That's where our concern comes from. We are saying that there's public knowledge that this one is creating something and TIA is not getting closer in time. So it's not something that is hidden. There are things that are public knowledge. That something is happening there. So all we require from you is to be proactive. That when there is innovation that is happening somewhere around the country and it's public knowledge, we must not sit on it. At least get closer and then we start seeing what is it that is happening, and then we start funding innovation, especially those that are assisting. Because really, I think this one of a card that goes with water, it has never happened anywhere. Unless if I'm not fully aware. But it could be our baby. And maybe you wanted to information.
Good afternoon, Chair and honorable members. So the issue with the car, the GIP team actually identified this about 4 months ago. We approached the school mentioned to us that we cannot engage the pupil because the pupil was writing exams. So we waited till the exams was completed and now we approach the school again. So we're definitely going to engage and onboard the pupil. The issue about the student with plastic that's converting that into fuel, we've actually contacted him via Facebook because he had no contact details, and we're definitely going to onboard him on the GIP program.
But the DMP had indicated that you are reaching out to the one with, because we raised it with her. She did mention that you are reaching out. She mentioned after that Tia is reaching out. Yes. Yes. So we're happy with that. I think in here.
No, Chair, if I may, because this is a story of two people. And you are saying we should be proactive, and I think that's the important question. Because you'll find people in all sorts of things, different corners of the country. You may not be able to see and know about it. What is important is, and this is what we are doing. We have grassroots innovation program through which we issue calls, sometimes deliberately focusing on specific provinces. So that's the one area and opportunity that or approach that we use to reach out to look for people like the one that you just mentioned. It sometimes miss the call, so you can accept that not everybody has got the same technology as we do. But what we also do is we are implementing the Living Labs program. And it's been going on for about 4 years. Invested in 13 of those, as I said. But we are expanding through a different model, more nimble, cheaper to implement, what we call the Centers for Innovation and Entrepreneurship. We've rolled at least 9 out. And if we had more money, we should roll out 50 more. Because these things, they help for people to be able to come in, knock at the door and say, I want help. Because we are sufficiently distributed on the ground for people. And really, we just working the money that we have, but we're also working with partners in the industry. But I think this example that you have picked up, it's less about these young people saying the following, but they demonstrate a particular point. Right? There's a lot of innovation and creativity that's happening on the ground. And we may miss out on people if we don't have a system that works and helps them. I thought I should just say it's a point taken and we're taking.
I think I was coming to that because we have members of parliament, other members of the portfolio that also brings in information because the main aim here is that because they do constituency work and then they need some of these things on the ground. You can't be everywhere every time. So the reason we bring it here and when it comes to our attention, when you are here, we take it to our attention. It's because we want you to be aware of it. And we want you to act on it. So we are working together in this process. Ourselves and yourself, we must work together. When we have information, we'll come to you. Definitely come to you. We will raise it here in these platforms of ours where we meet. And you did mention the issues of living labs. You are not mentioning it for the first time. Even during the time of orientation, you did explain on them. And I think we deliberated more on them because honorable members had interest on where they are specifically located. So my memory still serves me very well on that. But what we are saying is that let us be proactive and take action on strategic matters and strategic innovations that are happening on the ground. That is all we're trying to say. We're not saying that you're not doing anything. We're saying let us be proactive. Let us be on the ground as well. On issues of budget, we had always been raising it, even in our previous engagement, that the committee, the portfolio committee, is willing to write to Treasury to also work with you in trying to get more funding, especially for TIA. I think we had specific interest on TIA because of grassroots innovation that you are funding. We feel that you could do more, but with the funding that you are having, you are unable to do the work that is much anticipated. So the portfolio committee has really raised it, and I think some of the members have been raising it, that you need more funding. And that's what we're advocating. We're also advocating for TIA to get more money. But we're not advocating for TIA to get more funding that will then dictate on how you are going to fund and which innovations you are going to fund. But we are advocating for the funding that will assist you to reach out to those that are less privileged to receive funding or to get assistance for their innovation. But most importantly is that we really need to find a way to have innovation that you are funding being consumed by government. Because it does not make sense that a government entity is funding innovation and that innovation is only being consumed by private sector. That is not also contributing to funding the innovation at the grassroots level. So we really need to work, we really need you guys to work on something that will assist us to also follow up on, because also we do have, we can create a space wherein we have we can have a partner, we can partner with other portfolio committees to say this is what is happening in this portfolio committee. And you, as then when you are doing your work, look at the work that is being done. Because at the end of the day, we need to build capacity, state capacity. Outside state consuming outside, you are funding here, you are leaving the innovation that you are funding, you go and consume outside, and then you leave what would have helped you here. Like now, there's a carbon capture program that is being done by the department. And then that will assist us to have clean energy. Then you have other countries saying that use solar panels, use this. We don't even have batteries here and we don't produce anything here. We still need to go back to them and use more money. Where else we can capture it here and on our side and say this is our idea of using clean energy. With our resources that we have, with coal here, we could capture it here, capture the fumes, and then use coal as a clean energy. And the whole world could follow us. But we are following the world instead of being examples for the world to follow us. So that's what we are trying to say when we say, imagine now that we say the government is funded and then it's also advancing for cars that goes with water instead of damaging the atmosphere more with climate change and all that. But if it's our innovation here in the country, then the world must buy from us. It must not be that our innovators create innovations here and then they are being funded somewhere and captured. And we still go back and buy from those people. Because it might be that government want to buy cars or officials or, but now we will have to go and buy the cars outside when we can create our own that is more safer here in our country. And government become the first one to buy. So all we're saying is that let us find a way. Let us find a way of building state capacity. Because it's not true that the state is not capable. State is capable, but we're just leaving things to be captured by other people, which is very wrong. So let's build state capacity. Let's have interaction, because most of the departments will rely mostly on the innovation that is happening from your side. Now, if we are going to be reluctant to own up to innovations that we're funding, then we'll have problems. There must be, but before you fund, there must be an agreement of ownership somehow, because really you can't fund things that you are not going to own up to. Then we are not building anything for the country. You know, when Funzalo Shaka take you to school, I'll give you a simple example. When they take you to school, they'll tell you that if you are in Limpopo, you must serve Limpopo for a certain period of time after this bursary. So at least there must be something that you put down. Don't just fund and leave them to go astray and go out and be. Some of them are being exploited by big companies. So let's not allow our people, because of desperation, to be exploited under our watch. It must be the government that cares for the people, because we are an entity of the government. So that's what we wanted to say to you. And thank you so much for a wonderful presentation. As always enjoy the presentation from Tia. I think even the last time, CEO, you can attest that honorable members were happy. Honorable Mazoni is your biggest fan. The portfolio committee actually enjoy here, maybe because it's more energetic and we want to see more change, and we think that TIA has that capacity to reach out to the ground and make something new, create something new for the country, something progressive. Thank you so much. Our session ends here. Thank you, Chair, for connecting from abroad. Thank you for availing yourself and your team. We are now going to break for lunch and allow Tia to be excused, so that after lunch we receive a presentation from Academy of Science, South Africa, ASAF. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members.
Lunch is going
Thank
to.
you, Chair.
Thank you, honorable members.
We must come back here at 2:00 exactly. 10 minutes to 2. We'll set it down for 10 minutes. Please settle down. Let's settle down.
Degree.
Welcome. Welcome to the Academy of Science of South Africa, ASAF. I started by welcoming this one from lunch. I wanted them to settle down because after eating you need time to settle. You are the last to make a presentation today. We had just received two exciting presentations from two other entities, and we're looking forward to presentation from site. I also want to congratulate you for the clean audit. You are doing very well. We were told yesterday by the AG that you are doing very well. Progress from your side. Okay. Of Stephanie, Chair or President. Which one must I call you?
Well, most people refer to me as Prof, but I am the interim president at the moment.
President. And CEO, Prof. Dia. Get it correct. I was worried.
If you get confused, you can say, so do we all fast.
I'll try that. Try that.
It's so fun.
Welcome with your team. Welcome with your team, and the floor is yours. Starting with you, President.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, colleagues. The chairperson, thank you for this opportunity. I am Stephanie Grayson. I'm a professor, and my role today is as the interim president of the Academy of Sciences of South Africa. And I apologize for my slightly hoarse voice. I hope you can hear me okay. So let me perhaps start by saying that I was not at the last meeting between our secretariat and leadership and this committee, for which we did send apologies, and I apologize again. My absence was because I was not present and available at short notice. As it happens, I have just come back from overseas today, which means that I also have this cold. But I'm very pleased to be able to be here today in my role as the interim president. You may recall that our previous president stepped down a little over a year ago, and I stepped in to serve in the role as president. We are in fact a council somewhat in transition, because on the 23rd of October, the current council will hand over to a newly constituted council, where there will be some members who remain on the council, some who have completed their tenure and their term on the council. So there will be some changes. We have our annual general week, and then a handover council meeting process towards the end of October. So the people that you see here at the moment are myself, of course, and our executive officer, and members of the Secretariat of the Academy of Sciences, who are here. Office bearers for the new council will be announced, and they will then be announced after the AGM. So for now, this is the group that we have here. And I'm very pleased that we do have here colleagues on the Secretariat who actually understand and do the business, do the work, and some of them will be presenting. So I'm just going to say one or two words by way of introduction, and then Professor Sudial will do the main part of the presentation. Just for information, ASAF is the official National Academy of Science of South Africa. We were inaugurated in May 1996, when our patron was President Nelson Mandela. And I'm very struck by the fact that I'm sitting looking at one of his quotations about the importance of science to inspire youth out of science, engineering, and technology. So we were established by an act, the Academy of Science Act, in 2022, came into operation in 2022, and from there we have been operating as the Academy since then. You will hear a little more about our strategy and our operations, but very broadly, the role of ASAF and our goals are to recognize excellence, to promote innovation and scholarly activity, to promote the provision of evidence-based scientific advice, and to promote public interest and awareness of science. And actually, I would like to add to that, to promote public trust in science, and of course to develop national and regional and international linkages. And I think we share in those goals the same incentives and the same objectives as most scholarly activities, scholarly academies, and associations around the world. So our mandate is to mobilize a collective voice for all of our distinguished scholars in our country, in all scholarly fields, and to produce evidence for evidence-based solutions to national and regional challenges. And of course, to facilitate interest and science awareness, and to promote education in science, and then to connect what we are doing with what is being done globally in the scholarly and academic and scientific worlds. So we have a structure which seeks to support that, and you will hear some more about that in a moment. But we have, as you know, a council, which is made up of members who are elected by the membership of the Academy, and their terms take 2 5-year terms, and then some changeover. So we have a constant turnover of membership of the council, but they are all distinguished scholars in our national sector. We also have on the council that represents ACI, and we have the capacity to appoint advisors to the council, who again are members of the scholarly and scientific community, consider to be wise and to be able to give us good counsel. And then we have within that some subcommittees who run some of the business of the Academy in terms of those roles that we play in terms of recognition of excellence and provision of information. The information comes in many forms. Of course, we provide it as reports and standard kind of statements, and you will hear from our officer in a moment some of the outputs that we have used in the recent years. So I think, Chair, that's more or less the background to the Academy. I won't say more than that because Professor Sudial has a lot to tell you about what we've been doing, and I think I should hand Thank you very much, everybody, and to our CEO.
Thank you very, very much. Chair, I'm going to stand because I think better when I stand. So good afternoon, one and all, to members of the committee, to our acting DG. Thank you for being here. Other members of the department and my fellow colleagues. It's so nice to have you in the Highveld. Because normally we come to meet with you in Parliament, so it's a good opportunity to have you engage with us in our home territory. So thank you for that. You've heard a little bit already about who we are and what we do, and we have had the occasion on the 3rd of September to give you some briefing on that. So I'm not going to repeat some of those issues because we've touched base on that. We are a membership-based organization, and as we've discussed previously, the membership is based on academic excellence, leadership, and contribution to society. And as the Secretariat, we also do our best to ensure that the deliverables of the vision, the mandate, and what we stand for is absolutely represented in our activities. So we use the word science in a very collective way. It embraces many disciplines of science, and as of, so it's a little bit confusing now with the numbers because this is the annual report that goes up until the period of March this year, whereas we've now had new nominations, etc. And so since we've been working on the strategic plan, the numbers are like, the new ones are in my head. So in keeping with the reporting period for the annual report, we had 688 members, and we are represented across all scientific disciplines. Yesterday, Chair, for your information, we had a brilliant session with some colleagues that were part of a former study that ASAP did, a consensus study on education in agriculture. And as you can see, we have about 19 members here. And this consensus study was put out, I think, in 2019. And we are now we had the session yesterday to talk about how we take those recommendations forward. And I'm waiting with fingers crossed that we have the opportunity to present at a later stage some of the ongoings, because I think the core of this seems to address a national priority. That's where we want to go with it. You strengthen the education base, and you intersection it and show the intersectionality with farmers and agriculturalists, bringing in new technologies, etc. How do we do that to improve on the bioeconomy? So this is a consensus study, which is one, like our first prize of activities are consensus studies that takes between 18 months to 3 odd years to conduct thorough investigations with panels and reviews, etc. So I'm pleased that something like that is coming to the fore. Now, when you look at this graph, you can see numbers, some little, some more. But if you look at it against the national statistics, we're not far off. In fact, in some areas, we do better than the national statistics, like in health. And I know our minister always punts for social sciences and humanities. And we have a reasonable number of people in that category. And they also contribute to integrate our activities with the hard sciences in the work that we do. You were very adamant about our transformation issues when we met the last time. And as one of the members on the committee said, you need to come here naked. Mustn't hide anything. So we're not hiding anything. We are actively doing activities to enhance the visibility of female scientists and improve on the race numbers. And in fact, we went back to the drawing board and looked at the members' data for the past 10 years. And Chair, you'd be astounded at how well these numbers look relative to that. But I'm not saying anything to score brownie points here. We take transformation and equity issues very seriously within the academy, and we aspire to improve on these numbers. In fact, our last 5-year numbers show that we are close to between the 40 to 50 percentile in improving on these numbers. With respect to institutional affiliation, we are also very pleased to announce that we are improving on this, particularly with our outreach activities to former HDIs and other mechanisms that we've put in place. And I am convinced that going forward, the singletons, the single points that you see to the right will improve. And in fact, it has in the current data based on our last input. Nonetheless, we still have strong members from the big universities where there's a lot more critical mass and activity related to research. We, in the previous plan, had worked to improve our alignment with respect to some of the governmental goals. And I will speak to some of these as we go on. The points of human capital development and how we use knowledge for economic development, we don't directly contribute because our mandate is not absolutely related to those. But we strongly believe that providing an environment for creativity of promoting of academic excellence, developing skills, and the advancement of early career scientists, which we do quite aggressively through our Young Academy, the South African Academy, Young Academy of Science, and some of our joint initiatives with the DSI were entrusting us to oversee certain activities like partnerships with the Lindau meeting where scholars from local get to meet with Nobel laureates and other scientists from elsewhere in the world, with the BRICS academies. So we promote these things to contribute to that burst of excellence and academic work, which we hope would at some point utilize their skills to contribute to the human capital development and knowledge economy. Prof. Burton has outlined issues related to the council, so I won't repeat on this. But within our academy, we have 3 hubs of administrative responsibility, and the heads of those sections are here. The Governance, Administration, and Communication Program looks after finance, HR, IT, and communication. Science Advisory Program and Strategic Partnerships is led by Dr. Malusi Twala, who I will give a chance for you to hear his voice in presenting 2 or 3 slides. And the Scholarly Publishing Program is led and directed by Ms. Susan Feldsman. Finance is by Mr. Morakeng Chilowani to my right, and you've met already Renata, who she's the mothership. She's the mothership who anchors compliance and governance, etc. And we all, like satellites, hover around her. So when we developed the past strategic plan, we had a lot of discussion on what we wanted to associate our activities along. And so we put out these 5 strategic outcomes. Independent, authoritative, and influential science advice is through mechanisms like our consensus studies, etc., that I talked about briefly. Science engagement, and I always say, everything that we do at ASAP is engagement. To engage means it is a partnership, like we're engaging with you, but we're also communicating. So science engagement and communication goes hand in hand. So how we represent our engagement and communication is the bandwidth of the voice of the academy in the national system of education, innovation. We aspire to mobilize knowledge, and we do this through several mechanisms. You will hear from Ms. Feldsman about the South African Journal of Science, Quest magazine, some of the journals we host on the Scielo platform, and some of our Colisa journals. Partnerships, Dr. Malusi Twala will tell us a little bit more about that, and scholarship support. And the underpinning anchor of all of activities is to be cognizant of transformation. We want to ensure advancement of youth, people from different science backgrounds, representing the diversity, but to be inclusive in almost everything that we do. So we've talked about the different outcomes and the objectives are highlighted here, as well as what we want to achieve by way of impact. And so this is the kind of pathway around which we maneuver our activities to achieve the objectives of the Academy. We have in the last year, I'm just showing the publication output for the past 5 years, but in the last year we've completed a consensus study. We've had a few proceeding reports, etc., and some statements, which I will share in a bit more detail going forward. So with respect to the statements, included in this list, although the table only said 2, are some of the ones that we endorse with our external partners. For example, the Science 20, ASAF is a member of the Science 20 group, and we've contributed to the communique that was published that went out as a statement as well. Last year, India had a Chief Science Advisors Roundtable, which they call the CSRR meeting, and that was for people in the government departments affiliated with advice, and I was asked or recommended by the department to represent South Africa, and India hosted that meeting last year. Brazil, who is hosting the G20, is not doing such a meeting currently, but next year when South Africa hosts the G20, the DSI is also going to host the CSRR meetings. And so some of the topics that both the Science 20 and this covered are: one, health, issues related to the integration of health from agriculture, human and veterinary, as well as the bugs that plague us. Energy has been a critical issue. Climate change has been critical, as well as inclusivity and advancing indigenous concepts going forward. ASAF put out in June an advisory on wastewater management that was very well received. We had quite extensive discussions through webinar-based activities on that, as well as a statement on the electricity crisis that was overseen by our Just Transition Forum. So in the last month, we had a very, very good meeting at the University of Mpumalanga on just transition. We all know that that is a very topical issue in the country, and we are working towards advancing the concept of the human factor. As we transition from coal-based interface to green technologies, what happens to the people issues? What happens to the settlements and the skilling and the upskilling, etc.? So that is where the forum is now basing some very, very good ideas around that issue. And we put out a very small communique on Human Rights Day related to conflict and going on in the geopolitical environment. So ASAF has been asked a few times from members about putting out statements for the Ukraine-Russia conflict and the Sudan and Israel. And ASAF Council deliberated on this quite extensively from the past 2 odd years and came to the conclusion that the best way forward, firstly, we said we were not putting out statements because we needed to focus on the academic aspects of what we did. But we've commissioned a study by some experts to assist us in drafting some statements on conflict, and that's work in progress. So that's going to be quite interesting when we actually get that done. So one of the consensus studies that we worked on was a review of research, development, and innovation of peaceful uses of nuclear technologies in South Africa. And this was a study that we did on behalf of the Department of Science and Innovation, but it proved to be quite a successful outcome in the application of these technologies outside of the current use of nuclear technologies. And it's also insightful to learn how that can be used as a way of production of energy going forward, etc. So it got a lot of coverage on local TV, newspapers, etc., because we also presented this at Science Forum South Africa last year. Our scholarly publishing section put out a report on peer review. Now, this is work that ASAP does on behalf of DHEADS, etc., to ensure that the locally produced journals are reviewed from time to time to assess how valuable their contribution is, etc. So it's a lot of work, and we take this on hopefully with some appreciation from the powers that be. We've had other preceding reports, etc., but it's all in the report. And I just wanted to say that it transcends the different disciplines of work that we are engaged with. With respect to our science engagement activities, Chair, in recent times, being able to host things virtually through webinars has given us the opportunity to do a lot more. Face-to-face meetings become difficult. We are transitioning to hosting those events where and when necessary. But you would see that our indicators are listed in the blue, and in orange is what we've actually accomplished. So I want to say that the web-based interfaces has given us opportunities to host a lot more, to engage with all publics in a very strategic and synthetic way to help us build on the initiatives that we are doing. And if you take all of this collectively, there's a measure called advertising value equivalent, that if we were to pay for advertising for the work that we did, that is what it would cost us. And in the last year, we generated almost 60 million rand worth of advertising in terms of the work that we did. And we had a reach of over 17 million people. So our work has outreach and resonance across the different types of stakeholder publics out there. And we are grateful that our colleague manages this and is able to give us this information. Chair, with your permission, I'm just going to allow my colleague Susan to go through a few slides, and then Malusi will take over so that you don't get bored with my voice only. So over to you, Susan. You just need to push the button to go down. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, everybody else. As you've heard, I'm Susan Veldstrom, the Director of the Scholarly Publishing Program at the Academy of Science of South Africa. So I would like to flag up perhaps two very important publications in terms of science technology innovation in South Africa, of which one is the South African Journal of Science. This is a scholarly journal published 6 times a year, and it covers research in South Africa in its broadest sort of definition in terms of themes, etc. What's also very important is to note that this journal is 120 years old this year. And we are very grateful that a journal, especially in a country like South Africa, has withstand all the challenges over 120 years to still exist. So it has changed many hands, and we're very appreciative of the fact that it's still supported and that we can still publish it. So our celebrations will be in November, where we celebrate 120 years in its different facets of the journal, and how it moved from a print-based to an electronic-based journal as such. This journal encapsulates quite a lot of technological developments, etc. So it has been quite something to keep going and to stay relevant in the scholarly publishing and electronic scholarly publishing field of things. The second publication I would like to bring to your attention, and that is our Quest magazine. This magazine is aimed at grade 10 to 12 learners. But I must say, even in the basic education system, things are changing quite rapidly in the sense that curriculum changes for grade 11s and 12s, and that the focus is very different nowadays in the sense that that more emphasis are put in terms of remedial, etc., work in the curriculum of grade 10 to 12. So we are slowly but surely actually moving our target audience from grade 7 as soon as that to grade 10s rather, because those are the forming and the formation years of these learners, and that it is useful to them specifically in terms of the content. So we align this content of the Quest magazine with the curriculum. We have support from the Department of Basic Education, and we still print this particular magazine because we do find that rural schools are not privileged to have actually the connectivity to read this magazine online. So it's available online and also in print. And then we distribute it. We are forming new relationships with science centers because that's becoming our pivotal sort of center whereby we can actually distribute the magazine. And it also, I think, falls very nicely into the NRF and the SASTA remit of science engagement, etc. So there you can see this. These were not the latest ones, but that is a year's contributions that we've made. We follow thematic areas, and that seems proved to be quite interesting as well for the learners. And before I move on while I have the floor, I would just like to highlight a couple of very high-level sort of projects that we are involved in, which is really having some large impact and value. Our EO has referred to the peer review, the subject peer review of the different journals that we did. We've concluded that particular process, but we now, in collaboration with the Department of Higher Education and Training, as well as CREST and USAF, we are actually conducting a new project which will last over 3 years, which is called the Publications Quality Framework. The research output policy of 2015 had 2 objectives, of which one was to quantitatively get the research output up, and then qualitatively is also to improve the research output of South African researchers. But we did see that there were some consequences, and there are currently some unethical publishing practices starting to surface in the higher education sector, so to speak. So we are busy in this project to actually look at that, to see what's happening, and then to formulate and to refine the current research output policy to reflect that we also should pay attention to the quality of research output in the country as such. And then, of course, Open Science is one of our major flagship projects as well. And in that regard, we look at the sharing of information openly. And the one project that I do want to also just highlight is the one of the framework of the conduct of research, sharing data between, well, regionally and of course internationally. So it aligns with the POPIA Act. The POPIA Act did not make enough provision for researchers when sharing data and the personal information attached to that data sets. So we are now actually, we've received the framework now, and we will again consult with our stakeholders. I think in this regard, ASAF has been extremely successful to consult with the sector and with the stakeholders in this particular field, is to get buy-in and input into the framework as such. And then, of course, ASAF is also taking lead on artificial intelligence development, especially in the research world, because as you know, now suddenly a machine can create your text and you can publish it as your own if you wish. But of course, there are major ethical issues against that, and we are providing guidelines for researchers in the country is to indicate to them and to train them and to advocate how they should be using AI. We still believe it's a very valuable tool, but of course there are some restrictions and some boundaries that needs to be respected. ASIF is also the host of a premier database called Sierra South Africa for open access journals. There are currently 110 South African published journals on this platform. The intention was never to include all 370 journals which are published currently in South Africa. It is only those high quality open access journals through a panel of evaluation that's actually included in this database. I think with that, thank you, Madam Chair, thank you, EO, that I could speak to these points. Thank you.
Thank you. Lucy will continue.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. Greetings to you and the rest of the committee. My name is Lucy Twala. I'm the Manager for Science Advice and Partnerships at the Academy. And just briefly, I would like to highlight what the Academy has done to contribute to transforming the national system of innovation, particularly prioritizing the youth, women and people with disabilities in terms of their participation within the MSI. So some of the flagship projects that the Academy undertook includes the annual Young Scientists Conference. This is a flagship where we invite and host young scientists from all over the country. Last year we hosted this in partnership with the University of Venda. So our approach is that we go around the country and we actually realize that partnering with universities gives us an added advantage because it also enables us to reach out to local science centers as well as schools, whereby we're able to undertake some of the science engagement activities. Also, ASAF, on behalf of the DSI, oversees South Africa's participation in the BRICS Young Scientists Forum. We've just concluded a call now, looking forward to this year's meeting. We're privileged last year that we're actually hosting this, so everything was happening live to us. And it was interesting that we're able to see South Africa's contribution from young scientists, and some of them have actually utilized those opportunities to advance their publication outputs, but also contribute towards the development and growth of their careers. We also support the Future Professors program in various ways because that is also earmarked at young scholars. And there are activities that we jointly host with the Future Professors program, but we also, entirety support the objectives of transforming or enriching the upcoming young scientists to be professors. Furthermore, with regards to inclusivity from a gender perspective, last year, the ASAF launched the Inclusivity Initiative, which is particularly aimed at upscaling our role in transforming the participation of women, but also how we can contribute to removing barriers for people living with disabilities to participate and make meaningful contributions within the NSI. We continue to host the South African National Chapter of OST. This is something that we do on behalf of the Department of Science and Innovation, but also in that regard, we support various initiatives which are actually earmarked to prioritize the involvement of women in this regard. For example, we held with our SADC counterparts a very successful initiative which looks at how we transform scholarly outputs to entrepreneurship. And this was earmarking the participation in women. And at various opportunities such as Youth Month, Women Month, we also host activities that actually seek to advance the participation and leadership of women in sciences. All our activities we do jointly with partners, and I think that is actually the academy's strength. From a national perspective, as I've just highlighted, that the annual Young Scientists Conference we jointly host with various universities along the country, but within the NSI, amongst the entities, we also undertake various initiatives. For example, we currently undertaking a study on stored hydropower. This is in partnership. It got launched in the previous year, but this is in partnership with many institutions such as the CSIR, the Water Research Commission, and many other universities are part of that initiative. Also, we undertake activities with youth organizations. For example, last year we initiated a partnership with the Green Youth Network. Since then, we've undertaken 3 joint activities that includes the Green Youth Indaba. ASAF was one of the partners in that conference, but also on the sidelines, we undertook some activities around training for entrepreneurship, but also scholarly publishing. Within the region, the SADC region, Chair, we do a lot with our academic counterparts. ASAF plays an instrumental role in the establishment and supporting new academies in our neighboring states. We've got a program that's been very successful, and it's going around hosted by the different academies, which looks at innovation and intellectual property development. Also just talking how we transform the knowledge into entrepreneurship and business opportunities within the NSI. Another initiative that we jointly undertake with our academic counterparts within SADC is an initiative that looks at how we use indigenous knowledge systems for the mental health care purposes. This is something that we are hoping to grow and be able to engage at the SADC level with regards to the ministries that are represented there. On an international basis, we belong to various multilateral platforms. Professor Sudial mentioned the S20, which we are party to and looking forward to taking over to host next year. And we also hosted the BRICS Academies Forum in December 2023. But we also use such international platforms to undertake activities with some of the continental counterparts. So some of the activities that are listed there, ASAF invites other academies from within the continent to contribute and be party to some of those initiatives. So in that perspective, then ASAF contributes to how we internationalize the NSI of South Africa. And I think that was my last slide. Before I go.
Thank you. Chair now invites Mr. Moraken to outline our financial.
Thanks, Imla. Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, members of the Portfolio Committee. Good afternoon, colleagues from the Department of Science and Chairperson, I take cognizance of the fact that in our recent engagement a few weeks ago, we did touch on our financial statements. We presented part of our financial statements, which of course was just some sections. The full context of full text of our financial statement are published in our annual report. I want to believe by now it has already reached Parliament. And I'm mindful, Chairperson, that in order not to sound to be repetitive, because we talk about those, that with your permission, possibly we could touch on
our financial projections years ahead instead of repeating what we have already engaged on in Cape Town. So I just wanted, with your permission, Chairperson, I'll depend on your guidance so far as how I should move on this. Whether should I talk to the audited financial statements because that is the repetitive, or should we then engage on the financial projections?
Correct. So we were still trying to I think we can just do, because it's something you have presented to us, and we are here to receive an annual report. We can just do a summary of it. So you have already met. As if you wanted, there are specifics that you can touch on. This is where we are, this is where we want. Is that not what you were asking?
It's fine, so yes,
sure.
Comfortable with that. Yes, this is what we did touch on when we were in Cape Town in that engagement, and this is related to some of the outcomes. And of course, we presented a statement of financial position. It's the financial standing, the academy, and I remember what I also then touched on was with regard to our statement of financial performance, and I indicated that yes, the year which ended the 31st of March 2024, we reported a surplus year. Of course, members will recall that I also did make mention of the fact that we were engaging department as well as treasury, but of course the department insofar as us retaining those surplus funds utilized for some activities that are planned for early in 2025. My colleagues and the executive officer did touch on that, and that relates to the S20. Given that you have indeed given me the permission, I highly appreciate, Chairperson. I would then like to move to our summary of projected budget. What we have on the screen relates to the current financial year, but it also captures 3 outer years. With regard to the 3 outer years, we fully understand that those figures are indicative. They are subject to change. But of course, for the current financial year, this one was approved by our accounting authority, which is Council, as well as the Minister of the Department of Science, Technology, and Innovation. With regard to the standings, insofar as then what are the sources of ASAF's funding, members will see that the baseline funding remains the core of ASAF source of funding. And of course, it accounts to, I would say, over 80% of ASAF's total budget. Of course, there is some resources that we do generate from some other external sources, but those obviously, yes, account to less than 3% of budget. And for considering the fact that of the academy highly appreciates innovation, technology and innovation, as well as from Parliament itself, fully understanding that this is a parliamentary grant. Insofar as our allocation of those resources are concerned, my colleagues, Melusi, Susan, as well as our executive officer, have touched on those programs. Of course, members will see from what is on the screen there that insofar as our Science Advisory Program and Strategic Partnerships, of which my colleague Melusi Twala is responsible for, our allocation to that program in the year, in the current financial year, is just over 14 million. That particular project or program undertakes consensus studies. Colleagues have spoken about those in the areas of health, education, energy, climate change, poverty reduction, biosafety and biosecurity. But of course, over and above that, it is those linkages which my colleague Melusi spoke about, that is managing partnerships regionally as well as internationally. Then of course, another component of that project which is funded from these resources is promotion and recognition of excellence and scholarly achievement in science in the service of society by ASAF members. The allocation, as I pointed out, insofar as that particular project is concerned, it's in the region of about 40% that we allocate to that particular program. And of course, another program that we do allocate for, it's the one that is led by my colleague Susan Feldman. She has spoken about some of the things. There are of course other things that are undertaken within that program, and those relates to what she has already touched on. To that program, our allocation is in the region of about 32% of our total budget across the board. That is more or less on average throughout the years that we live through. And of course, for the Science Advisory Program and Strategic Partnerships, as I indicated, on average, our allocation to that project is in the region of around, I would say, 42%. Of course, we are mindful of the fact that there has to be an engine that drives these activities. Our executive officer has alluded to that, and that is our admin and governance unit. To that program, our allocation is in the region of about 28% of the resources that we allocate to that. And therefore, we do take, I would say, pleasure in the sense that most of our resources are allocated to activities, which is the foundation and the cornerstone that drives ASAF's mandate. Yeah, with that, Chairperson, I think I would like to, and of course, we are available to engage. As this is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Before I sign off, I just want to introduce my other colleagues who are here. On my left is Dr. Kutso Palani. She oversees health and related sciences, as well as biosafety and biosecurity. That's Kutso. And Dr. Tozama Kobani is our lead for our international programs. And she does a lot of work of bringing in or taking our work into the international forum. And to her left is Henriette Wagner. She's our communications officer, as well as the person who coordinates all the live activities at ASA. So with that, Chair, thank you very much for indulging us and giving us the opportunity to share what we do. And over to you.
Welcome. I always enjoy myself. I will tell you after the session. We'll talk about it. Honorable members, Honorable Mazoni, Okay, we'll start with Honorable Mazoni.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for the presentation. It's nice to see you again. I'm terribly sorry you have a cold.
I'm sorry too. That's not good.
Let's hope someone invents something for an aeroplane where we don't all get sick. We live in hope. Many people speak to us about transformation, and it's a very vague and very abstract discussion that they have. I think I'm looking at transformation in front of me, which makes me pleased. And I say that as a staunch feminist. So you must take it that it's meant in the greatest way possible. I have no doubt that all of you are there because of your merit. It just makes me incredibly proud to see. We've had the presentation, I've asked my questions. You've got a clean audit, things are looking good. Something over the last 3 days has been concerning me, and it's got to do with AI. And I thought I'm going to ask the Academy about it because it's starting to become a bit of a problem. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I don't know. I could be wrong. You're the experts. You tell me. Department of Communications and Digital Technologies is sort of taking the lead on AI because it's digital technologies. But this last couple of days, we've heard about people who are pioneering work in AI, projects in AI, concerns regarding AI. Last night when I was watching the news, I saw the Nobel Prize for Physics was given to the two professors, the godfathers, they call them, of AI, because there isn't a computer science Nobel Prize. So physics went to creators of AI. And one of the, I don't know if he's a doctor or professor, so I was really paying a lot more attention to Hurricane Milton. But he said something very interesting. He said, I'm now moving away from the field because I fear for what I've created. And I think a lot of us feel that way, right? We realize the advantages of AI, but also we realize the disadvantages of AI. And certainly in a country that has the highest unemployment rate in the world and growing rapidly, the thought of AI taking even more of our jobs is a startling thought. So we want to be leaders in the field, but then, we have to be practical as well because our people need to work. And I think it's not only us. In fact, I think it was someone from the Academy who quoted the figure to me of 60% of jobs as we know them now in the next 15 years won't exist anymore because of AI. Now, obviously, we have to legislate, we have to do oversight on AI, etc. And it's definitely more falling within the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies than it is with us. But the more I've seen today, and the more we've spoken about it, and the more even what the Academy has said about AI, I'm starting to think that it's going to be even more important that we make sure we cross-cut between portfolios, because I don't think it's just digital technologies. I think as scientists, scientists at the very core of what they do, the research of what they do, they risk losing the human creativity and the human imagination around what they do by simply companies falling back on AI. And I think about, at universities, they now have to print on your assignments and things that would seem obvious, but it actually gets printed there. We will test to see if you've used ChatGPT. I mean, people aren't writing their own WhatsApps anymore. They leave it to ChatGPT to write a WhatsApp. It's absurd. Where does it end? So now, okay, we know where it started, but now where does it end? And I think personally, the Academy of Science is the ultimate department that should be using your academic prowess and the amount of academics that you have surrounded with you in your board structure. I think that the creation and, well, not creation, but perhaps the looking at where the salient points are that we need to pay attention to with AI need to fall within your department, and I'd like to hear your opinion.
Yeah, I can start. I'm sure my colleagues also have.
Okay, okay, can I just take all questions?
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I think after the first presentation that you did in Cape Town, because I'm obviously huge on social media, first thing I did was to talk about the work that you do as, you know, with SciAS. And I'm glad to see that, you know, you continue on going on about the transformation agenda and actually, you know, bringing SciAS to marginalized communities, because I think that's important. And so what I would like to know is, have, you know, conversations started around that? Like, are you formulating some kind of plan to maybe say have SciAS reach, you know, marginalized communities, you know, at grassroots levels? And maybe do you have strategies on how you plan to engage these communities and, you know, plans to increase or encourage participation in SciAS is concerned?
Thanks, Chair. Chair, I actually did not have much also to say. My colleague here, Honorable Mieli, covered me. I also wanted to also speak about the issue of the communication, that we should also robustly use social media platform for communication as well, so that we can disseminate our scientific knowledge effectively to the broader audience. I think that will assist a lot, because my first time I heard about it was in Cape Town. So I think we should also utilize that as well. But I just wanted to ask, it's just what measures do you use as to ensure equitable access to scientific resources across different regions in the country? I want to check that what is it that you use as to make sure that everybody in the country you are able to have access of.
I've got concern and questions. It has come to our attention that there is significant underrepresentation of younger scientists, particularly those under age of 35 within your membership. What specific strategies does ASAF have in place to attract and retain younger members? Additionally, how do these strategies align with academic constitutional commitment to fostering a diverse and inclusive scientific community? And my concern, another concern, it's a race representation. Membership demographics suggest a concerning underrepresentation of Black scientists compared to their population percentage in South Africa. What measures is ASAF implementing to address the systemic barriers that may prevent the individual from joining? How does ASAF ensure compliance with the constitutional mandate for equity and non-discrimination in this regard? Sometimes ngazi noma ngabeka nama-gap. Kwesinye isikhathi kuye kuthiwa blacks are benefitile abantu abamnyama. When you check, when you go deeper, you find out there are few. You can't see Ndlovu, Makhathini, Ngcobo. You only see Chinas. You only see foreigners when they talk about black. But as my colleague said, I'm worried if they said black are benefited. When we go deeper, if I can ask you to give us a spreadsheet for all those names, we find out there is no Nkiza there, there is no Dlamini there. It's only other race. We have observed a noticeable gender disparity in your membership statistics with disproportionate of male members compared to the female members, to promote gender equality, aim at supporting female scientists, and how do this initiative align with the constitutional principle of gender equality? And last one, it appears that the majority of ASAF members are affiliated with the historical white universities. As you show us your graph, when you check University of Zululand, it's down there. When you check UCT, you just, if you don't mind, if you can go back to that slide for me so that we can see. ASAF members are affiliated with these historical white universities. What action is the academic taking to engage with and support scientists from historical disadvantaged institutions? How does this lack representation conflict with this constitutional commitment to redress historical injustice in South Africa? You can look at your slide. Look at those universities, UCT, VETS, and look at the other university. Who is there in this University of Zululand and other university? Who is there in UCT and VETS University? It means when you talk about blacks, you don't even touch lives for our people on the ground. You don't touch Lamin there, you don't touch Mkiza there. You're only telling us about those foreigners, those Chinas, those, I don't want to be deeper on this one, but you know the fact that if I can say, just display those scientists here, you'll find out our communities are not represented. And another thing, financial allocation. In reviewing the financial allocation with ASAF, how does the organization ensure that funding is distributed equitable amongst all demographic groups and institutions? Are there any discrepancies in funding? I think that's my last question. That could suggest preferential treatment, and how does this align with the constitutional principle of equitable access to resources? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Chair, and I also welcome the presentation. And I must say that this presentation obviously was presented to us, and I think listening to all the presenters, it really clarified most of the questions we would have had when you first presented to the portfolio committee. You then came out very clear this time around when you were presenting in terms of the demographics, in terms of the race, in terms of the gender, and you would have answered most of the questions that really appeared when you presented in the committee for the first time. And then I'd also want to emphasize or also request that can your publications be be availed to ourselves as MPs, since we do have PCOs and we would love to share them with our communities and everything. So if your publications can be shared, or if the link or whatever, just share with us so that at least we share with our communities. And also appreciate that the entity is doing quite well in supporting and in supporting and rewarding and also advising scientists across the country. We really do welcome the presentation and the information that you provided coming from the questions that the committee will have asked the first time you presented in the portfolio committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Responses from the side. President.
Thank you, and thank you very much, all of you, for your questions. Let me take the first comment about AI, which has certainly swept the world or grabbed the world's attention in the last couple of years. I think there are several answers or responses we can offer. One is that part of the concern is because people in the open public sector do not necessarily understand enough about what AI is and what the opportunities are, and therefore it tends to be seen as a threat. There's no doubt that jobs will change and occupations will change and education will change, but I don't think it's seen in the international academic field as being a threat so much as an opportunity, but one that we need to handle. So from an academic point of view, scholarly point of view, there are new ways of doing things that we need. We need a different set of ethical frameworks. We need a different way of acknowledging the use of AI and so on. But the potential for using AI is enormous, and it's not all new. We already have a lot of AI working. You know, phone does and what your car does. It's already there. I think our contribution to this is about information and about having what we have started in some circles to do within the academy, and that is to discuss what are the opportunities and to make sure we understand and what impact it's going to have on education, on publication. So those discussions are going on. So, for example, the way in which we acknowledge the use of AI in publications has been the subject of a webinar that we had recently. I think our responsibility is to communicate about what are the questions and what might be the answers, and to, once again, it's about providing trustworthy evidence to the public and trustworthy information to the public. There's no doubt that AI is here to stay, has been for a while, but I think it's about making it available, making it accessible, and making sure that people understand. And that's, I think, what our job is and what we are seeking to do.
Thank you, President. ASAF is also going to focus on that topic in the forthcoming strategic plan. And we take your recommendation that ASAF should take a lead on sort of commenting on aspects of the ethics, etc. But I will ask Susan to share with you some of the webinars that we've had currently that touch on that topic. Susan?
Thank you very much. So thank you very much for picking up on that point. And you are absolutely right. We need to have a philosophy and approach to cross-cutting departments, etc., because it sort of surfaces everywhere. So thank you very much for picking up on that. As our EO said, this is definitely one of our focus areas. Main focus areas, amongst others, is digitalization and artificial intelligence. the field actually changes so rapidly, that every day there's something else. And you've already started to highlight some very important ones. So what we've done, and that is our major role, is also to ignite conversations and to create debate around these things. So we've had 4 webinars so far, where we have actually invited the top researchers of the country and some 1 or 2 international experts as well, where we debate these things. What will it mean? Is it good? Is it bad? Will it overtake humankind? Will it overtake our jobs? And in a country where we are, what will it mean? So it's still ongoing. We still not have reached the end thereof. We try and be aware of what's happening in other departments as well. And we've just commented on the new framework, which has been proposed by the Department of Communication on AI. So we solicited from our members, the experts, some comments, and we have submitted our comments to the department. So we try and be proactive as well and keep our ear on the ground, so to speak. But it was quite heartening to be recognized, to say that maybe ASAF should be this conduit. And we really will take on that job indeed. So thank you very much.
Yeah, while you have the floor, could you add to the issue related to equitable resources and access to these?
Yes, so thank you very much for that question. It is also, again, very much on top of our agenda setting, and that is to create equitable access to information. All our publications, being the ASAF publications, the South African Journal of Science, the Quest magazine, our Cielo South Africa, it's all open access and available to anybody who has access to the internet. And we are also a key partner of the Directory of Open Access Journals, which is an international database of open access journals. And of course, we help evaluating those journals, etc. So that's a massive resource of about, I think, 16,000 open access journals, which we also make available and advocate for the use thereof. We also have a portal whereby we post a lot of things where people can just access information, etc. But when we really drill down to equitable access to information, this is what we can do as ASAF. But the universities are also busy with negotiations, etc., whereby they want to switch from commercially subscription model to an open access model, and trying to negotiate the article processing charges, which goes with that. So this mandate of equitable access not only sits on the desk of ASAF, but also on universities as such. And of course, we work in a stakeholder partnership and we do monitor what's happening and what's the progress thereof.
Thank you, Susan. Henriette, could you please update the committee on our social media presence, please?
Thank you for the opportunity. ASAF and its different partnerships got quite an extensive social media network. If we look at ASAF and we look at SciAS, the journal, we look at Quest, we look at Women in Science, we look at Young Scientists, SciAS, and then Cielo. All of those have got individual websites with their individual Facebook accounts, LinkedIn accounts, Twitter accounts, and we have a YouTube channel where all our meetings or webinars are recorded and made available to people to access at any time and to use the information. We actually get a lot of requests from people saying, may they use the lectures in the university or in classroom context, which is great. Then we have an institutional repository, which is also accessible online, where people can access all the reports we've done, all the statements we've put out. So yes, we do actually have quite an active social media presence. What I did find interesting is our target market to a large extent is focused on LinkedIn more than any of the others because they see it as a career building platform. rather than X or Instagram. So that's an interesting takeaway. Thank you.
Thank you. Lucy, could you perhaps share some ideas on the difference between the ASAF membership and the SIAS membership? And why SIAS, what are some of the criteria for membership to SIAS for the younger scholars? And then could you also comment on the role, not just of SIAS, but of ASAP in dealing with marginalized communities?
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for that opportunity. Firstly, to give an indication of the differences between SIAS and SAF. So the South African Young Academy of Science is intentionally earmarked at early career scholars, and we use a tentative age of around 40 at the time of application. You shouldn't be above 40 at the time of application into the membership. And part of the criteria that SIAS looks at, obviously, it is your scholarly excellence that amongst your peers, you should be seen as being excellent. But what weighs predominantly more is your service to society. And that regards to, for example, the science engagement that the young scholars undertake through their social media platforms, and how also they communicate their findings, scientific findings in popular forms. So one has to demonstrate that to be considered for SIAS membership. However, for ASAF membership, now those are the top internationally recognized scholars who've had a track record of excellence. And I think because of that long track record, they will tend to be older people. So you will unlikely find a young scholar being able, for example, one of the criteria that was used is achieving an age index, for example, of 20, although that's not the only criteria. It takes a bit of time for one to be able South Africa that has translated to influencing the scientific agenda. Postgraduate students is also one of the aspects that gets looked at. So, those are the two characteristics that, differ between two academies. But specifically for SIAS, the question around how do we ensure representativity? So, starting first at nomination, ASAF, as the host of the South African Young Academy of Science, actively engages universities because some of these scientists, early career scientists, are based at universities. Obviously, not only universities, we also reach out to research councils such as the HSRC, the CSIR, to ensure that their members or their staff members who are within that age bracket or considered as early career scholars do participate. But one also of the criteria is that from a geographic point of view, that is one of the criteria that when applications are considered, and it's not only for the membership, and I'll talk into that also around marginalized communities, is that from a provincial point of view, the committee should ensure that if an application is received from the Northern Cape, it should be considered. Obviously, excellence comes into the forefront. I think we are starting to change that with the work that we do with SIAS when we visit institutions, because some universities do not respond, to those calls as some. And what we do in that regard is not only previously we used to use the emailing group for the deputy vice chancellors of research. What we do now is to also have contacts for the research directors or managers, such that we ensure that there's wide receipt within the university to ensure that we encourage applications from all the universities. And SAIAS's annual plan is actually discussed and endorsed with ASAP. And one of the things that we need to ensure is that geographical spread. Now, SAIAS has got working groups, and one of the ones that I'd like to mention is the Science Engagement Working Group, which ASAP works closely with when we do roadshows, but also other activities. For example, we recently came from Nelson Mandela Universities, where we jointly partnered with SAIAS in hosting the annual Young Scientists Conference, but then we went to schools again in Makanda, as well as around Ikabeja, but also invited other schools into the NMU Science Center. When we were at Univen, that was last year, we utilized Univen radio station with SAIAS. We actually had the co-chairs of SAIAS together with the EO here, fielding questions, from the people in the local community. We went to Vuani Science Center as well, where the schools were invited. And this we do jointly with SAIAS. So we do try that when we partner, even on their own, that criteria of ensuring that they reach out to these communities. And some of them, of the members, are coming from those communities. For example, Professor Usisipo, who's at UNISA, comes from the Eastern Cape. And some of the work that she's doing within her own working group is around water purification in the area where she comes from. So that is just another way through which we ensure that the working groups, although they work autonomously, but we encourage that there is that reach out to those marginalized communities. With regards to the National Science Week, which also we partner actively with SAIAS, in 2022 at Mkhanyakude in Pongola, jointly with SAIAS, we visited 5 schools in that region, distributing quests, but also undertaking science shows. For 2023, we went jointly with SAIAS because we make sure that we undertake the National Science Week, we invite them. We were in Limpopo last year, covering the 2 regions all the way up to Lipalala. And this year we're at Mpumalanga, also hosted by the University of Mpumalanga, but ASAF and SAIAS then further undertook science shows hosted by local schools. So that is just how we try, but it's not only restrictive to those. Even when we do our calls, for example, the BRICS Young Scientists Forum, we ensure that depending on the applications received, each province is represented. No university, depending on the number of opportunities, should have more than one young scientist representing them. But we ensure that we start at provincial level, but when we go down, because Gauteng, for example, due to the number of universities in the Western Cape, we ensure that there's no duplication in representativity specific. Thank you.
Thanks, Malusi. So Chair, I just want to clarify one point. ASAF's financial allocation is for activities. We do not give money to anybody for research. That's the role of the National Research Foundation. Thank you, ma'am, for kindly recognizing us during this presentation in terms of our comments on transformation. As the Secretariat to the committee would vouch, ASAP did submit a written response following our meeting on the 3rd of September with you during the orientation to address some of the questions and comments that were raised with us on that occasion. And I'm sure maybe you've seen it or it's on its way to you. But we did, sir, address the issues related to transformation that you've raised with us now quite deliberately in those responses. Yes, we stand before you to say that we recognize that transformation is an issue and we've done our best to try to mitigate against it. When you look at that histogram of the distribution of members across the national grid. The total within UCT and the WITS, etc., includes women and Black academics. We'd be very happy to share the further breakdown with you to see that representativity. It is there already. And Chairperson, this is a serious issue which all of us, in my last meeting I said, it's not you all against us, we work together. The critical mass of activity of research is focused in these resourced universities. This is a historical issue. And ASAF membership is by a process of nomination and election, not selection. In the same way our government has been elected into positions, election is a process, and we follow those due processes rigorously in accordance with our act. So the numbers that we see is just what happens in this whole process. And we will pursue to encourage our members to recognize people, the gender issues, etc. It's stipulated in our nomination forms. I can just hope that we can get better with those sorts of issues. And as I said, Chair, in reviewing our recent performance, and it's a pity that I don't have a slide in this presentation to show you, the mitigation that we have put into place, going out into the historic disadvantaged universities, as Malusi has alluded to, working with chairs of SAFTI chairs and other entities, encouraging them to nominate the people who will make the criteria for membership to academies. Renata sends over 200 letters every year during our nomination process for that outreach. We target the communications officers across the universities in the country. And this is what we get back. Then we follow due process in that whole nomination, going down to the voting for new memberships into the academy. But Chair, we are doing better. The numbers show that we're doing better. It is just unfortunate that I have to carry from the very beginning that skewedness into the present. And as I said in the previous meeting, we've modeled this. It's going to take another 30 years following this criteria to reach parity of 50%. And I believe that the minister is conscientized to the idea that transformation needs to happen. And I've been informed that the study is being earmarked to address this. But before we start, we need to understand what the national criteria and parameters are. And then as a community of people who are engaged in this topic, we need to see what are the blockages. What should we do to mitigate the blockages in the pipeline that feeds at the end? And I think that is what we need to be earmarked for. I'm sure my colleagues from the DSI sitting here, we chat about this all the time, and we are aware of the strategies that ASAF has put into place. So, sir, we are trying our best, our level best, to make these improvements. Incorporated in some of the data that we do have this breakdown of the statistics, which we'll be very happy to share. And yes, we will be happy to also share our publications with you. And it is so sweet of you to say that you would take this into your communities as well. What we will try to do in future is to from the mumbo jumbo of academic jargon, synthesize things that are much more accessible for you to take into the community environment. And that is a practice that we want to commit for all our publications, because we want to leave no one behind in our activities.
But these numbers speak for themselves. Our contribution to social transformation, the impact we seek to make is demonstrated in the work beyond the numbers. Chairperson, with your permission, I would like to hand over to our CEO, Professor Mswetsa, and her team to provide you with some insight into this work. I thank you.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, we are indeed pleased, as the Chairperson has alluded, to present to you our integrated annual report for the financial year 2023-2024. We are going to take you through some of the highlights of the year, very pleasing. We will allow our acting deputy CEO to provide some highlights on research and our CFO to speak more in detail about our financial position. That will be our overview, and we are cognizant of time, and we will focus on the most important parts of our annual report. This is our mandate, as Honorable Chair has noted. We don't need to again focus on this. We have previously introduced ourselves and our we are pleased indeed that for the financial year 2023-2024, we are sitting at an 86% delivery rate, with only 3 targets that we missed, and largely out of our control. And we are indeed focusing on those 3 targets. One of them being journal articles. For some people in the room, journal articles are not just dependent on us, they are also dependent on editorial boards and the submissions thereof. From our side, one of the things that we have been committed to is indeed submitting our journal articles for the public to know what the work that we do. The second deliverable that we were not able to achieve, the number of research has increased again.